All right, wonderful. Good morning, everyone. Jai Janindra, and to all the sadhus and sadhvis here, Mate and Vandami, a virtual welcome from Miami and Florida International University, also known as FIU here in the United States. We welcome our respected scholars and students of learning. My name is Dr. Iqbal Akhtar, and I will be your MC and host for the duration of the conference. I'm an associate professor in the departments of religious studies and politics and international relations and the Green School of International and Public Affairs. I'm the director of Jain Studies here at FIU and the founding director of the Western Indian Ocean Studies Program. My research focused on the history of Indic communities in the Western Indian Ocean, such as the Koja community in Tanzania. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you join us today for the second International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy, an interdisciplinary conference that links the science of consciousness and Jain philosophy. This virtual conference has been jointly organized by FIU and the Jain Education and Research Foundation, known as JERF. Florida International University is home to the first academic Jain Studies program in the United States and was welcomed to the university by none other than our esteemed Dean Stack. So I will just briefly introduce Dean Stack, who will open the conference for us. So Dean Stack holds a joint appointment as Professor of Politics and International Relations in Law and is the founding dean of the Stephen J. Green School of International and Public Affairs at Florida International University. As Professor of Politics and International Relations Law, he serves as instructor of graduate students of the Green School's Department of Politics and International Relations and FIU's College of Law. He specializes in ethnicity and world politics, administrative law, national security, and constitutional law. Dr. Stack graduated from Stonehill College in Easton, Massachusetts with a Bachelor's of Arts with highest honors in 1972. He earned his Master of Arts and PhD from the University of Denver and from the University of Miami School of Law in 1989. He has twice served as chair of the Department of Political Science and has been editor of Florida International University University Press. He served as the chair of the board of directors of the Jack Gordon Institute for Public Policy and as chair of the University Research Council. He was instrumental in the founding of FIU's College of Law and chaired the search committees for many administrative positions. He is the author, editor, and co-editor of 16 books and 35 articles and chapters. And as the founding dean of the Stephen J. Green School of International and Public Affairs at Florida International University, he oversees 8 departments, 20 centers, and of course, the most important for us is the Jain Studies program at FIU. So with that, I will welcome Dean Stack to welcome all of the participants from around the world today.
Thank you, Iqbal, for that very overly gracious introduction. I spent 46 years at FIU. I started when I was 26, finished my dissertation here, and then went on. And it has been the experience of a lifetime. And one of the most important programs that I've played a role in is our Jain Studies. So good morning. Thank you, and to everyone around the planet who is on this conference. I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome everybody from around the globe to our conference on Jain philosophy and science. We are indebted to the Jain Educational and Research Foundation for their continued support. For a decade, the Jain community has enhanced the Green School and Florida International University in developing our Jain Studies program. Through their endowment and the presence of two Samanis who have played a marvelous role in augmenting Jain studies, often outside the classroom. As I think about it, the humanistic values of Jainism in education, social studies, science, religious studies, and literature have enhanced the understanding of Jainism for hundreds of students on campus and allowed many students and faculty to travel to India each year. I continually hear from those faculty members about how important Jainism has been to each and how it has expanded their worldview. For both students and faculty, the core principles of Jainism have been incorporated into their work, therefore, and for our students, incorporated into their ongoing research, the research being very important. So that as Dean, I want to express my deep gratitude for JERF's belief in us and for their transformative impact on the lives of students and faculty for whom Jain principles have affected them in both profound and ordinary ways. Jainism for me suggests the power of ideals that touch lives and lead to conceptual breakthroughs. I think my friend Deepak Jain would agree wholeheartedly with me. So I am so very proud to have played a small role in supporting the success of JERF and its impact on the lives of our students and faculty through the Jain Studies program at Florida International University. Welcome everybody to the Green School and to the conference. I look forward to the next few days of wonderful speakers and scholars, and most of all, enlightenment and joy. And I'm grateful to all of you.
Thank you so much, Dean Stack. It's wonderful to hear those words, and thank you for welcoming the community to FIU. So I will continue now to just give you a sense of why we're all here today, kind of the impetus behind it, and to give you sort of an outline of how the next 4 days of the conference should go. So the conference then, for all of us, envisions an interdisciplinary dialogue between cutting edge science in the scientific study of consciousness and scholars in dialogue with scholars of Jainism. There's a great diversity of speakers that are represented here, from university chairs to renunciants. And the reason for this is that we wanted to democratize the higher education academic space and to value diverse types of knowledge and knowing, as well as to facilitate interesting conversations and encourage improbable meetings to stimulate new ideas. We're connected live via Zoom and Facebook Live with panelists across 13 time zones and with more than 1,000 registered participants, with thousands joining us from around the world on Zoom and Facebook Live. Recordings of all of the sessions will be posted on the Jain Studies website at the conclusion of the conference. On behalf of Florida International University and the Jain Education and Research Foundation, we welcome you to the second International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy. So before we begin, a few notes of protocol and a note of concern. So I know that one of the major conference organizers, Professor Pratap Sancheti, is in ill health, and we wish him a speedy recovery. He was instrumental in organizing this conference over the past year, and we look forward to seeing him again soon and hopefully before the end of the conference. Now, a few notes about conference protocol. As MC, I will introduce the panel moderator, who will in turn introduce the panelists. Most of the presentations are recorded, following which there will be a live question and answer session with the panelists. This Zoom conference is in webinar mode, So if you're an attendee attending us, you can ask questions by typing in the question and answer field, the Q&A field at the bottom of your screen. And we'll try to get to as many of the questions as possible before we have to move on to the next section. A note for panelists, if you're going over your time limit, we will give you a 2-minute warning by the moderator and then be interrupted so we can move on to the next panelist and stay within schedule. We mean no disrespect to all of the honored scholars that are joining us, but we need to ensure the integrity and the timeliness of the program so that we're able to fairly allocate our time to everyone and everyone gets a chance to speak. Thank you again for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us for this intellectual journey into Jainism and the scientific study of consciousness. We appreciate your attention and hope that you will learn from our esteemed colleagues and as well as learning from you through your comments and questions. Before I begin, I would like to thank our conference organizing committee for their hard work between our monthly meetings and multiple daily emails over the past 6 months to make this conference a success and a model of academic community cooperation. Sapan Bafna, Dr. Nirmal Baid, Pooja Bantia, Pedro Bota, Samaniji Chaitanya Pragya, Amy Ellis, Dana Fernandez, Dr. Deepak Jain, Dr. Eric Larson, Daniel Liederman, Jeanette Garcia Montes, David Skip, Dr. Pratap Sancheti, and Dr. Neptune Shrimal. Thank you again for your help and support. And we will now begin with the first panel for today. The moderator for the first panel will be Professor Samani Chaitanya Pragya, who is a senior disciple in the Jain Shwetambar Terapanthi tradition. She is a visiting professor at Florida International University here in Miami. She was the former head of the JCRP at the Jain Vishwa Bharati Institute in Ladnun, and is also the founding director of the Bhagwan Mahavir International Research Center at JVBI. So I will now turn it over to Samaniji, and she will then introduce the next person in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Iqbal, for introducing about the conference and about the session. Okay, so this is the first invited session, which we are going to start right now. And this particular invited session, there are three main speakers. Reverend Acharya Shri Nandi Ghosh Vijayji, respected Professor Kanti Mardia, and Professor Chakravarti Devkumar. So I would like to introduce first Acharya Vijay Nandi Ghosh Suri Sirji. Acharya Vijay Nandi Ghosh Suriji is the chief mentor of a research institute of scientific secrets from Indian Oriental scriptures. He has conducted critical and innovative research in Jainism and science like physics, especially relating to quantum mechanics and astrophysics, astronomy and microbiology, as well as astrology, metaphysics, acoustics of music, and mantra and yantra. He had published nearly a dozen books related to scientific concepts of Jainism. And he has been doing so many scientific research on different Jain practices from many, many years. In the last 2020 is 16 ICHJP, he has shown all his experimental studies. So I am very much glad to see Acharyaji in this particular second international conference too. And I would request to introduce himself if he wants to introduce anything, and can start his talk. So I request to Acharya Nandi Ghosh Vijayji for his talk. Every speaker has been given 20 minutes for the talk and 10 minutes for discussion. So please keep your talk within the time so that there can be good interaction with the audience.
Is it possible to define consciousness scientifically? Every philosophical tradition of ancient India discussed about universe and its all contents, including soul and consciousness. While science didn't accept the existence of soul, because science discusses and gives understanding only about physical objects, even though the scientist who discusses about universe and its content himself is a living element, and therefore as a scientist on the scientific basis or rationalism, he denied the existence of soul or consciousness. If our body is only the composition of either material elements or chemical elements, then scientists would create it artificially in laboratory. But till today it was not possible. It may be far away to create it in the laboratory. Science and scientists are not able to give its understanding in terms of physics. In research regarding consciousness, Western scientists also take support from Indian philosophies because it cannot be understood in modern terms of physics without the real understanding about the definition of consciousness given in the Indian philosophical tradition. Since last 5,000 years in Indian philosophical and spiritual traditions, understanding about consciousness is discussed minutely. Roger Penrose and et al. Are seriously thinking about consciousness and they apply the laws of quantum mechanics. Consciousness doesn't belong to scientific field. Though at present research regarding consciousness and has been carried out in Western countries and also in India because as previously mentioned, India is well known as mother of spirituality since last 5 millenniums. According to suggestion of Dr. S.H. Pokharna, we have discussed about consciousness in symposium arranged by Research Institute of Scientific Secrets from Indian Oriental Scriptures and early Institute of Indology jointly. After this symposium in India, Dr. Surendra Singh Pokharna, Dr. Narendra Bhandari, Dr. Siddhi Sai, etc. have started to do some specific, innovative, and credible research on consciousness. Some articles of these scientists have been published in the book Scientific Perspectives of Jainism by Jain Vishwabharati Ladno. The prominent scientists Vedant Nipe and Edward Close gave 4 references in their research paper regarding consciousness from the articles of our Indian scientists Dr. S.S. Pokharna and Dr. Narendra Bhandari. Generally, from very old times, according to Hindu tradition, since 5,000 years, and according to Jain traditions, since time of first Tirthankar Sri Adinath, in India, except Charvak philosophy, all spiritual, philosophical, and religious traditions believe in existence of consciousness. Roger Penrose et al. Called it quantum consciousness. In an article written by S. Homerov and Deepak Chopra, there is 5th chapter, The Quantum Soul, a Scientific Hypothesis, in a book. In Jain philosophy, the concept of soul and living being is discussed minutely and descriptive manner and with various aspects. No other philosophical traditions of world and even scientific research journal or books have such explanation. Science discusses it only as consciousness, which is not really sufficient. Also, consciousness cannot be fully explained through the principles of modern science or quantum physics, Bose-Einstein statistics, and relativity. A scientist named Juan de Aquino gives a statement in his book. They recognize the soul as one type of unknown power and it reacted with physical body through chemical processes, and it has been frequently described as a body of unknown energy coupled to human body by means of a mutual interaction. Some neuroscientists prove with alpha, beta, theta and delta waves through EEG machines connected with electrodes to the brain, that through it one could evoke his previous birth and grams. Scientists say that as quantum mechanics expands different levels of different powers, same way energy of soul for any person can be explained. Quantum physics so that energy is quantized, that it has discrete values that are defined as discrete energy levels that corresponds to all positive integer value of quantum number n. N is equal to 1 to 3, etc. Thus, along the life of a person, the energy of its soul is characterized by several quantum levels of energy. Soul can be now defined as an imaginary body made of imaginary particles, each one them described by imaginary wave function by similarity to the real bodies, which are made of real particles described in quantum mechanics by its real wave function. In addition, the soul's energy can be now expressed by well-known Einstein's energy equation extended to imaginary form. I is equal to EGSIM is equal to EGSIM C square. If soul is made up of special kind of particles, then gravitational force could act on it, and scientists have shown its graph, which is mentioned in the following pictures. Gravitational mass of soul. Regarding the brain waves, gamma, beta, alpha, theta, and delta, Sanjay Aquino stated that our brain can produce electromagnetic waves having frequencies less than 100 Hz. The brain waves having lowest frequency called as delta waves. Its frequency is only 0.5 to 2 Hz. Its amplitude is very high. Such type of delta waves is produced in the mature human brain. Each and every kind of disease can be cured through spiritual power. Even the patient which is declared as died can also again be alive through spiritual and extrasensory power if the soul of the person didn't leave his body. Cure with delta brain waves. Here, the word soul represents such an element which is non-materialistic in its original form. It means it has done the properties like color, smell, taste, touch, and shape. In short, pure soul is always Niranjan, means colorless, Nirakar means shapeless, and therefore it didn't become the subject of physics. While the word Jiv represents a living organisms possessing physical or divine body and take birth in universe according to its karma. The soul that present in the body called as conscious in modern science, while consciousness is a property of all soul and living beings. The consciousness uses the brain to create emotions, but it cannot create emotions. It acts as a catalyst. American physicist Nick Halbert says that consciousness is fundamental part of brain and entire universe in the form of elementary particles and various forces which act on it. With the help of three characteristics of quantum mechanics, we can get some information about brain. First, randomness. Second, observables, means some characteristics which are obtained when they are observed. Third, internal connection between two objects. These three characteristics of absolutely inertia like matter are due to the three characteristics of our brain, which are as follows. First, free willingness. Second, great ambitions. And third, highest heartily desire to join. At present, all scientists believe that consciousness is in same quantity forever in the universe, and according to Jain scriptures, the total number of souls are infinite. It remains same forever in the universe. Same way, total number of Parmanus and quantity of energy remains same forever in the universe. Only it can be modified from one state to another. For space and time, scientists say that both are eternal. Space and time could be never created. Only our mind can experience the drama of objects played by time on the stage of space. General theory of relativity mentions that really our life is only one line in the space-time continuum. All the phenomena performed in all space-time continuums are same. In the same way, each and every soul is connected with space-time continuum. Thus, scientists show 4 dimensions in all souls. All living beings possess different types of body in various forms and colors according to their karmas of previous birth. It discussed very minutely in detail and as a rule of nature. Soul is directly reactive auspicious or inauspicious micro-Parmanu units called Karman Vargana according to the Adhyavasai of soul. Out of infinite Varganas, only the Parmanu units of Karman Vargana are able to react with each and every soul which is incorporeal in its original form. Moreover, such type of Parmanu units have tendency to obtain some form after reacting with soul and form Karman body. All impressions are stored in this Karman body and they transmit from one birth to another birth. Consciousness is one type of property of all soul. Even though according to belief of all scientists, it is only the property of living beings having any type of body. And all scientists want to define it as consciousness. Liberated souls cannot take rebirth. Consciousness is the fundamental property of every soul, while a mind or brain which is used as a tool to understand consciousness is totally material. Thoughts are created in this brain. Our soul constantly activates our brain, even in deep sleep. Mind, man, is such an object. Except Indian philosophy, there isn't any clear concept regarding this mind, man. Even there isn't any appropriate word in any language except Indian languages. Mind, man, has an excellent and unique concept in Jain philosophy. Mind, man is an important and significant or typical word of Indian philosophies. Its original concept cannot be derived with any word of English language. Only Jain philosophy has discussed in detail regarding man. There are 2 types of mind, physical mind and psychic mind. Material mind means physical mind is made up of more micro-Parmanu units of Manovargana, while psychic mind is the cause of physical mind or Parmanu units of Manovargana, which are converted into thoughts, also called psychic mind. Perhaps this psychic mind, man, might be called as consciousness, and this word consciousness is generally used as a synonym of soul in modern science. Each and every soul except liberated soul has this psychic mind, and according to this viewpoint, it is not improper for scientists to consider this psychic mind as a consciousness. In short, physical mind, man, and psychic mind is the unique concept of Jain philosophy, and it is totally scientific. Quantum soul or quantum consciousness is the specific term for soul in modern science, but concept of word soul cannot be fully defined. Of course, the laws of classical physics stated by Newton and the laws of quantum mechanics are quite different, though they are parallel to the principles of multiple viewpoints of Jain philosophy. Each and every Parmanu has color, smell, taste, touch. Of course, quantum physics accepts Parmanus as physical quantity, but it simultaneously also accepts as invisible wave. Werner Nippe, Edward Close, and Surendra Singh Pokharna gave reference about research work done during 1895 to 1932 at Adyar near Chennai, which was previously called as Madras by Dr. N. Besant and Charles Leadbeater with extrasensory perceptions, and it was called occult chemistry. They have also done research about subatomic particles like electrons, protons, and neutrons, etc. While in modern physics, Niels Bohr investigated atom after 1925. They also talk about most micro subatomic particles like quarks, which are part of proton and neutron, which has fractional electric charge. Proton contains 3 quarks, 2 up quarks and 1 down quark, while neutron contains 1 up quark and 2 down quarks. These are most important subatomic particles. Almost this research has been done through extrasensory perceptions, and therefore it was not accepted by scientists. Werner Nippe, Edward Close, and Surendra Singh Pokharna gave importance to this ESP in their research paper on consciousness. Not only they gave importance, but it plays an important role in TDVP, a model of consciousness, which is presently postulated, and they accepted as quantitative model in the form of TRU. Even though I didn't critically and thoroughly study this TDVP model and TRU model regarding soul or consciousness, no doubt it will play an important role as bridging between science and spirituality or ESP. Velocity of Parmanu, man, and living beings is 14 Rajju in one samay, while the pure soul has the velocity 7 Rajju in 0 samay. If at present science and scientists will accept invisible soul or consciousness, which is really reacted with microparticles of matter through quantum mechanics, Bose-Einstein statistic, and theory of relativity, I expect that in very near future they will surely accept pure soul, which is totally formless, means it doesn't possess color, smell, taste, touch, and shape. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
So now I think we will open up the question and answer session, right, Samneji?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Okay.
There is one question, might be. What will be the link to access the recordings?
Yeah. Okay, hold on 1 minute.
Yes.
Yes, Acharya ji, please turn on your video and unmute yourself, and then we'll take some questions and answers.
I have a question. Why scientists cannot know about the soul, about himself? Scientists cannot know about the soul.
Okay, all right. So the first question is sort of What
Soul.
is a
What is
scientific
the
understanding
reason?
of the soul?
Scientists cannot know about the pure souls
Yes.
because we cannot contact, and it is a purely formless. It is not connected with material particles named carbon vargana, Tejas Sharir, or carbon body. Hence, any scientist cannot be know about the pure source. Scientists can only
Our
know
soul. That means living being.
beings. Living being is connected with carbon particles, carbon body and Tejas body. It is called as a jeev, not soul. Pure soul, which is at the Sila, liberated soul. And liberated soul cannot be the subject of modern science and modern physics.
The next question that we have for Acharya ji is, how does the psychic mind govern the physical mind?
Psychic mind and physical mind is a unique concept of Jain philosophy. Psychic mind belongs to a Devasai, and psychic mind, all the soul except the liberated soul, any living being possesses psychic mind, while the physical mind only Shangni Panchendriya Jivas, living beings who has possessed five senses and sixth sensorium, can have only the physical mind. All soul possess psychic mind, that is in the form of Adhyavasa.
Okay. The next question that we have is it true that some modern physics and the discoveries in modern physics have similarities to philosophies in Eastern traditions, Eastern religious traditions? So is there an overlap between what scientists are discovering and the philosophy of Jainism?
Exactly, I didn't understand the question.
Um,
Do you want to say?
Okay, is there some point of agreement between Jainism and science? What science is talking about consciousness and what Jainism is talking? Are there some similar, some points of agreement where Jainism and science can share their ideas or their findings?
Yes, Jainism and science both have the similarity according to quantum mechanics and classical physics also. Because classical physics says that all the things are in the form of material particles, whereas quantum physics says that it is all the things in the form of energy levels. In this way, the psychic mind and physical mind according to Newton's law of motion, Newton's law of physics, while the psychic mind acts as a laws of quantum mechanics.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Acharya ji. The next question is, Is there consciousness in all living beings? And if there is consciousness in every living being, why does it appear differently in their levels of senses? So of all living beings, is the level of consciousness the same? So is the plant's consciousness the same as the human consciousness? What is the difference?
Consciousness belongs to human beings. Consciousness belongs to human beings is the higher level, while the consciousness of all other living beings is considered as a lower level. So we cannot exactly know or define it. Of course, it can be defined by the law of quantum mechanics. But today we are seriously aware our consciousness, not all living beings. Hence, we consider only the human consciousness and apply the laws of quantum mechanics to the human consciousness.
Okay. Thank you so much, Acharyaji. We'll take probably one or two more questions. Um, are there any questions from the panelists before we move on to the attendees?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. How can we understand the consciousness of liberated souls? Because they don't have mind, neither they have physical mind nor psychic mind. How do we understand the consciousness of liberated souls?
We cannot physically define it. We cannot physically define it, the consciousness of liberated soul, because it will not be a subject of our modern science. We could only, it is inexplicable. We cannot explain it.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Acharyaji. What is the status of consciousness for hellish beings?
Hell's being,
I guess beings that are in hell.
divine beings, hell beings, and animals, and also human, all have consciousness with the different levels.
Okay.
Hell beings and divine beings also have consciousness because it was maybe in higher level, because they have avijna.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you, Acharyaji.
Is that
What?
incorrect?
Yes. So there's a. Are there any other questions from the panelists before I start going with this?
Why scientist cannot believe in himself?
Say again.
Why scientist cannot believe himself?
Okay.
Because
All right.
all scientists are also soul. They have also consciousness, but they cannot believe in himself. Why? What is the reason?
Okay. Thank you, Acharyaji. Acharya Maharaj, yeah. Do you want to go?
Yeah. Nandi Ghosh Vijayji, would you like to answer to Acharya Kanak Nandi ji?
All the scientists on the moral level, they accept the existence of soul in self. But on the scientific level, as they have no any proof for this consciousness, and hence they deny it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much,
So,
Acharya-ji. We appreciate it.
yes. Yeah.
So now we will move on. We will continue the panel of soul and consciousness in Jain philosophy. And our next speaker will be Kanti Mardia, and Samniji Chaitanya will will introduce him as well. Thank you so much,
Can
Acharya-ji,
I
for
share
joining
the
us.
screen at some point?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. Just give us 1 minute. So as soon as Chaitanya-ji, Samniji introduces you, then we will share your screen. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Samani-ji?
our next panelist, our invited speaker is Professor Kanti Madia. Professor Kanti Madia is a senior research professor of statistics at Leeds University and Oxford University, and an emeritus Leverhulme fellow. He is a president of the Yorkshire Jain Foundation and a chairman of the Jain Noble Truth Association. In 2014, he released an album. The title of the album is Atma Ajar Amar Hai, and it is based on especially his Jain theory of 4 noble truths, which he is going to discuss in this particular talk. In collaboration with the late Dr. Ravindra Jain, he was a keynote speaker at the House of Commons in 2017, on 2017 Ahimsa Day. So I welcome Professor Kanti Madia. Being busy in so many big projects, he accepted my invitation and have come for this particular talk. So I welcome you, and please start your discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mardia. Now you should be able to share your screen.
Just, I think I've got too many lights on. So slideshow from beginning. Okay, folks, can you see me? Can you see the
Yes.
slides?
Yes, we can see everything. Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Well, first of all, many thanks, Dr. Samniji Chaitanya Pragyaji, for inviting me. I'm deeply grateful. I think being academic, to be in the midst of big gurus, I think it's a bit daunting task. But anyway, I will give my version of what I've been doing. One aspect which started a long time ago, maybe about 50 years ago, search for a qualitative model, Jain model of consciousness. Consciousness, I'm taking it in very broad sense, which I will explain later on. The one thing which I should affirm, which I always do, that Jainism is not an ism. Jainism, as we have been pointed out, is the science of Jainness. So it is a much broader than what normally Jainism is taken as. So to start in the reverse order, I start with Michami Dukadam. Why? Because you will see that I have translated various terms which are in our Jain philosophy. So there is an extrapolation, there is an interpolation, and there is an approximation. So those 3 things, which I'm sure you will note in all the speakers, are common. So there is a caution here that all approximate, sometimes these are of the first order mathematically, quote unquote, or other times they are of second order. So it is a search for the right terminology, which is what young generation is looking for. So that's how my work started. So I will give you some background of my model. There are 2 models I will be giving. One, what I call my model, which started with axiomatic system, but then later on, Revere thought that it is more like Four Noble Truths. So I think it take with pinch of salt a little bit. Now, how all started, we migrated in UK in 1964, under which my children were growing, and they had plenty of Christianity in school at that time. So they were very eager to learn about Jainism. So I am looking at the perspective of young mind, of the next generation. So when I realized with my children, because I believed very strongly in philosophy, that the heart of Jainism at that time, at least, masked with over century, it is masked. So I started doing research. If I can see the wood for the trees, so I went to discuss, saw many top gurus, many scholars, and this led to what I call axiomatic system to Jainism. Axiomatic means just like Euclidean geometry or Newton law, that if you believe in one, you believe in other, and various things can follow. So I launched first my draft of this axiomatic system in Leicester at interfaith meeting. And then final formulation came in my book, The Scientific Foundation of Jainism. Later on, because of the reviewer pressing, came to be known as Four Noble Truths of Jainism, I think, which is, you will note that there is no one set of model. There are many sets of different model to describe the Jain. So please forgive me. So to make it my book, the first 1990, and I came to know Guruji Acharya Nandi Goshvijayji because of, I wrote the book, and then later on I saw in Ahmedabad, and then we have always been a very close interaction. So to make it more accessible, to make it good accessibility, that I wrote a book on request of Aidan Rankin, Joint Living Jainism. So my previous book has a lot of graphics, in a lot of tables, and all taken from our scripture, but it is not as much accessible. So this is the one book which is have got no tables, but straight into the like art. Then I, as Samniji kindly mentioned, I launched album to make it more common, more popular. Atma Ajar Amar Hai with the late Dr. Ravindra Jain, and which try to summarize in lyrics the contents of these so-called Four Noble Truths of Jainism. So now what, so these are the one who influenced me considerably. Jambu Vijayji, whom I saw many times, Gurudev Chitra Bhanuji, and then Professor P.S. Jaini, a lot of interaction and checking that I was on the right track. So one of the review which made me think of Noble Truth is from Dr. Shamil Chandariyaji, MA Cambridge, PhD LSE, in Jain Spirit he wrote, and he only, I will go through this last sentence. This is very powerful and is reminiscent of the Four Noble Truths of Buddha, the axiomatic encapsulation of his philosophy. So that's, and this other review triggered that to call it axiomatic system will not go down well. So that's how the term came of Four Noble Truths, and that's how now it has been popularized. Now, what are these so-called Four Noble Truths? So now think of a young boy or a teenager who is brought up in Jain family, and then he wants to know, what is the first step? And if you are not a Jain, how would you describe it? So the truth one or axiom one, take it more as axiom one, the soul exists in contamination, with karmic matter, and it longs to be purified. So there are three key components of what I regard, still I regard as a basis or a start of a kick start of a Jain thinking. That soul exists. Number one, we all believe that existence of soul. We all believe that it is contaminated with karmic matter. We all believe that it longs to be purified. It wants to go to moksha if it can. So that was the first step. So I have these first three I will go through slowly. And then of course, you can comment later on because there is quite a lot of extrapolation and interpolation and approximations as what I've been, these three things which are happening. So I will go through one after another. Then truth 4A, 4B, 4C gives their application, and 1 and 3 are theory. So one part is theory and other are applications or applied, theory and applied. So being a mathematician, I wrote an axiom 1, 2, 3. And then because once, if you make these steps axiomatic, then other things will follow. So my book expand on each of, sorry, I think let me go down. Expand on each of these noble truths in individual chapter. But what it tried to do, and may not be the correct way, and those who have read it and those who can, I'm sure, can find many loopholes. So each chapter then trying to emphasize the key philosophy of Jain, because once if you believe in one truth or one axiom, then it combines with our well-known thinking. And eventually, because it is, sorry, I think I keep on pressing. These are followed by chapter on Jain logic, because that's very important. So that noble truth can be viewed and evaluated objectively and impartially in the Jain context. So those two things, objectivity and impartiality, I think that's one which is what, when I wrote, I thought that was the most important. In my new book with ranking, the publisher said that you should bring Jain logic first for non-Jains, and then bring your thinking on noble truths or axioms later on. So that's, now let me go through the first one, and then you can see what I mean and why I had Michami Dukdam. So the soul exists, we have already defined, there are three components to it, three parts, which most of us, I hope, agree. So it is taken, the seed came from Jivati Karm Sanyukta, and then it has been extrapolated, interpolated in this particular format, because I was thinking more English speaking or children or the new generation. So it became, but that's the seed from the base and on which this came from. And then related aspect. So when you once believe this, then you start looking at what composes soul, what existence. Then we come to what beyond it to describe it. Of course, Navtattva, 9 reals, and then gunas. We have already heard quite a lot on consciousness and other major gunas. And then karmic dynamic and density, bandh karma. So this is quite obvious, but this is again for young mind that how soul with karmon or karmic matter versus pure soul with no karmic matter. And just I will give you what has been already talked about, just I think it's jumping. So my book has got quite, it is not a marketing exercise. Forgive me, it is just to give an overview of what it contains. So it has got quite a lot of graphics, and one of them, because of we are talking of the property that Siddha has got infinite of these, that what was one of the question in the moksha. So the key part are bliss out of numerous property, sukha, energy, virya, knowledge, gyan, perception. So these, and then they get defiled, and there are various things one can go in detail. So that was just an overview of what I call axiom 1. Axiom 2 is living beings differ due to the varying density and types of karmic matter. Tarak, Narak, Tirinna, Manusha Deva iti Nam Sanyuta Parkatya. So that's is the seed, and then that's the one which has got that varying density and types of karmic matter, how it influenced each one of us or different living things, how difference come, the variability, why there is a biological variability. So within this, I expand on types of beings, Panch Parameshri, of course, and then Gatis. So that's where detail gets into. So I think this jump. Then axiom 3, the karmic bondage leads the soul through the states of existence of cycle. So Pariman Karma Karmano Bhavti Gatishu Gatai. So there are these then Mul Prakriti. Those who know Jainism, for them, of course, they are quite known type of bodies, dravyas, so that within this axiom or within this framework, that they fit in the framework very strongly, and the good bondage. So that's a very quick overview of what's going on. Then we come to the practice. So karmic fusion is due to perverted views, non-restraint, carelessness, passion, and activity. So this is, of course, the familiar Mithya Darshana, Vritti, Pramad, Kashaya, Yoga, Bandhetva. So, but this is a step from when you come to practice, then that's one of the axiom. They lead slowly, gradually to this particular aspect. So perverted views of Mithya Darshan, non-restraint, Vritti, carelessness, Pramada, 4 passion, Kashayas, and then anger. We all know there are what these 4 Kashayas are, activities, yoga. So that's a combination of practice part, the fusion, how this karmon or karmic matter get into the soul, and what are the agents. So these are the agents. I won't go through great detail, but I would just want to expose you of these axioms. Then 4B, perhaps you start thinking what, because what set could be a good model. So violence to oneself and other results in the formation of the heaviest new karmic matter, whereas helping others towards moksha with positive non-violence or compassion results into the lightest new karmic matter. So you will see the word heaviest, and they are well described in my way. Pranighatam saptam narkam gata ahimsa phalam sarva kimnatya kamdevsa. So that was the base, and this is very extrapolation where you've seen into the form of reflect the whole thinking behind this. So related aspect, of course, is violence, ahimsa, well known. Then temporal cycle, because how they will influence from one cycle to another, not only the rebirth, but in time cycle itself in temporal. So there is a more expansion of these thoughts. The last one, austerity forms the karmic shield against new karmons, as well as setting the decaying process in the old karmic matter. Tapsa Narjaracha. So it has been extrapolated to both parts, which is samvara. And the way I go through what I call purification, part to purification, well-known Gunistan. And because I was dealing with young mind, that I created a snake and ladder where the transition takes place, and it is playing with a coin. So it is not yet a popular game. It is just showing the different transition as it takes place, going up and down according to your purification or coming down. So that's conclude this. So now another one, which is with great respect, mine is nothing like of Srimad Raichandra Bhai. I think it is a big Jnani, and he had similar kind of formulation. It's not as popular as a general in academics. At least I try to treat myself as academics. I'm not Gyani at all. So please treat all this as a working of a scholar. So he had these 6, and this in Gujarati, Atma Che, blah, blah. So there is existence of soul. Soul is eternal. Soul is doer. Soul bears the consequences. There is liberation. There are means to attain the liberation. So these are his Padno Patra, which is what is embedded in his followers. So now if you try to map one from other, if there is any correlation, and you will see that the soul exists in contamination with karmic matter and long to be purified, that 1, 2, and 5 have got the similar thought, similar ideas. I think maybe some of you will disagree, but that's one thought. Then when you come to his other 3, 4, and 6, soul is doer, soul bears the consequences, there are means to attain liberation. So 4a is soul is doer, 4b, soul bears the consequences because 4b, and 4c, there are means to attain liberation. So that's a one-to-one possible correspondence, which can be challenged, of course. I'm sure the audience will like to challenge. So only I will read one sentence that because Rachan Bhai, of course, was a great Gyani. His work is in general contained in Atma Siddhi as well as within his several correspondences, a lot of letters. There's no need to expand on them individually in his writing because they are self-contained. So unlike this being academic, I have to, and for children and for young mind, I have to explain each one that how different things they slot in. So that's so this is something, a video was launched and late Ravindra Jain, and that is very popular on YouTube because that describe in lyrics, and it highlights the 4 noble truths. So that's one of the things which is, but it's still going on. There's no time because there are, so there are 2 songs on these noble truth, and then there are 4 songs on Sajjai, on Kashaya, which we are working on a video version still. So it has been, I've been talking to great mind, President Abdul Kalam. I had a very long chat, and because he was a scientist as well as a spiritualist, and I had a great feedback from him, and I met him several times in IIM Ahmedabad, then to Anna Hazare, then conversation, very interesting with Sir Roger Penrose, and this is in House of Commons, similar ideas I was giving. So I will just very quickly, I think I may be running time, I'm not sure.
Yes. If you could please wrap up, Dr. Marty, I appreciate it.
Sorry?
If you would please wrap up so we can, there's a lot of questions for you as well.
Yeah,
so we want to then start the question and answer session.
Quickly, so quantum soul versus karmic soul, I had a great conversation, and this is very good for audience to think. When I discussed, he said he wanted to know the evidence for such particle, karmic, what I call karmons, karmic particle, and how this connects with his own concept of quantum soul, and there was a lot of discussion on it. I will just go through. Similarly, what has been already mentioned, Chopra has recently given 8 principles of consciousness, and I had a chat with him, and he replied, and there is some correspondence. So I will just briefly go through. Then one of the good thing which is coming on is Balram Singh. He's measuring consciousness, and I had, as I said in my book, quite a lot of graphics and this hierarchy of life, which takes forward our idea of Ekandriya, Vendriya, Tehindriya, and connect it somehow or other intuitively, starting with a base for average man. And then these 2 can be connected. I won't go through the formula. You think about it, and if there is a discussion, I will come back to it. So there is a lot of new terminology I introduced, and Karmon now, many people take it for granted. And then Kashaya, destructive emotions, and various others in the book is full of. So this is the last one, folks. My earnest wish, this presentation viewed with the Jain principle of Anekantvad in mind, Michami Dukram with Jainness. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Madhya. We really appreciate your presentation. So if you can stop sharing your screen, and then what we'll do is we'll open the questions. So there are a lot of questions for you. So we would like to start with that. So that's good. And then we'll just do a few, and then we'll send you the rest of the questions, and you can communicate with participants later if that works for you.
So it's so unusual, this whole thing is. So thank you.
No, it's an honor to have you guys. So just two things before we begin the questions. I would ask all of the attendees to type their questions in the question and answer session. And the second thing we would like to do is, if you are more comfortable asking a question or speaking in another language aside from English, if Hindi is easier for you, you can ask the question in Hindi or Gujarati, then I will translate, and then the attendee can respond. So I know for all the presentations will be in English, but if it helps in terms of being able to generate discussion, we can also use other languages if that's helpful to you. All right. So one of the questions is, okay, why are there no more Tirthankars after Lord Mahavira when Jainism claims that the soul is capable of attaining the supreme enlightened state? So why is Lord Mahavira the last Tirthankar?
I hope what I'm going to say wouldn't go down well.
Okay.
If you look at the book by Jacobi, he says, he makes a comment that not to have any Tirthankar is one of the black sentence, or the one of whether they can be Tirthankar more or not is very difficult. But he thought that possibly, I think I can be corrected, that Bhadrabhahu perhaps closed the door. I'm not sure what I'm saying, but this is what I read long time ago in Jacobi's translation. And I quote it in my book, actually, that however, whenever I mention this to Chitrabhanu and others, they said, and I'm sure all Guruji know much better, that there is always one Tirthankar, not on the earth, but somewhere in the universe, which you can contact. So that's the one which is a something, those who can reach that stage of how to contact, if they can do so much of austerity, itne tap karo ki aap wahan tak pahunch jaye. So it is a one of very good question asked, and it is a puzzling for Jain that this is whether the door is closed or not. But I think Jacobi wrote it, and it's worth reading again. And I give that passage because I was a bit confused, and children asked this and tried to find the answer, and only I could find is that particular passage, which with comments by Jacobi, Herman Jacobi.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
I'm sure Guruji and panel can add to what I'm saying, because they are all
okay.
Jnani.
Okay, Professor Maria has given her answer to some extent. Just I want to say that after Jambu Swami, there was no omniscient. So Jambu Swami was the last, but it doesn't mean that there is no Tirthankar right now. According to Jainism, there is Mahavideha, not only one, but 5 Mahavidehas. And in all the 5 Mahavidehas, there are minimum 4 number of Tirthankars. They are available at present. So continue according to Jain scriptures, in every 6 months, one or many souls are liberating. So there is continuous liberation, and also there are so many Tirthankars. They are still available on the earth, but it is beyond our reach.
Thank you so much, Samaniji.
Yes.
We are running short of time, so we have a lot of questions for Dr. Mardia, but we will send you these questions also in the chat and in the email as well. So I just wanted to turn it over to, thank you so much, Dr. Mardia. We really enjoyed your presentation. It was very illuminating.
you,
We look
folks,
forward to
for
reading your
listening to
book
me.
as well. Thank you for joining us. It's been an honor to have you. The next presentation then will be by Dr. Chakravarti Devakumar, and I will turn it over to Samaniji to introduce her.
Thank you. Now our next invited speaker is Dr. Chakravarti Devkumar. Chakravarti Devkumar is former Assistant Director General of ICAR New Delhi. After 40 years of distinguished service in scientific research, teaching and research management, he get retired from there. Among his many accomplishments, his novel Green Chemical Neem-Coated Urea is saving India about rupees 415 billion annually. In addition to reducing milk adulteration and environmental pollution, he has, to his credit, more than 200 research papers, 30 book chapters, 14 patents, and several books. He has been a consultant to GOI, UNAFAO, and other international organizations. His lectures on Jainism exists 500 audios, and his bilingual book Bhagwan Bahubali is archived at jainworld.com. I welcome Professor Devkumar Chakravarti for his interesting talk on Mati Gyan and cognitive science. So please, you can start your discussion on the topic.
Om Namaha. Thank you, respected Professor Samaniji, for a nice introduction. And I also offer my salutation to my spiritual guru, Param Pujya Kanakanandi Maharaj, Acharya Kanakanandi Maharaj. I also offer my salutation to Acharya Sri Nandi Ghosh Suriji and all the sadhvis and sadhus and sadhvi. And my greetings to all the great scholars, panelists, scientists, and students, and also especially Samik Darshan to my Tamil Swadhyaya audio group people who are participating today. They're very keen to listen to me. Can I share the slide, I think?
Yes, you should be able to share your screen.
Yeah. I hope is it, Dr. Iqbal, is it visible?
Yes. Are you able to share your screen?
I am sharing it, but I don't see it.
Okay, on the bottom of the screen, there should be a green button that says share screen.
Yeah, I did that. Just
Okay.
a minute.
All right.
Yeah, I do it again. Yeah. Okay. Is it fine?
Perfect. Yes, now we can see it. Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Please
Thank you
do.
so much, Dr. Iqbal. So at the first outset, I must convey my inability that I'm talking about a subject which is Madhikyan, and there could be a lot of errors of omission and commission. I seek the pardon of the omniscience and the learned people here. And I am also going to relate with the cognitive science, and being a scientist, I like to do it. And cognitive science has emerged as an interdisciplinary study of various knowledge processes, cognitive process like cognitive psychology, linguistics, philosophy, and also knowledge management. About Madhikyan, we will know from the next slide.
You can enlarge your presentation going in a slideshow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So as the aphorism goes, Madik Sruda Vadimana Parya Kevalani Jnanam, the right knowledge is of 5 types, starting with Madik Jnana, which is the sensory knowledge, and all other knowledge like scriptural knowledge, clairvoyance, telepathy, and omniscience. But my talk is limited to Madik Jnana, which is also known as Abhinibodhaka Jnana. Now I bow my head to the Cavaliers, Siddhas and Ariganta Parameshris. All other souls have got Madhyajnana. Madhyajnana is integral, what you call intrinsic property of every soul, which is an indirect knowledge, and basically indirect because it is dependent on external source of senses and mind. Now, consciousness itself is the intrinsic property of the soul, and it uses as 2 tools as knowledge and vision, darshana. Darshana is called instinct, what we call an insight. Sight and insight, it uses that. I will not speak on that. Now, looking at the sensory network of living organisms, I said the soul has the senses and mind as an indirect operations. And looking at the soul senses, it is duality in nature, physical and psychic, what we call bhav and dravya. We call it in Sanskrit. And there was a question also, because the duality in nature, finally permitted to use the modern language, the physical senses are hardware, the psychic sense is a software. There's a similarity, I'm using it similarly in mind. We have a physical mind and psychic mind, bhavamana. So this to the soul is engaging them, utilizing the psychic character of it and employing the physical senses given by the karma particles. Now, going across, we have sense-based classification. There are 6 senses, including the mind. And in the world, in the universe, we have organisms equipped with from 1 sense to 5 senses, including mind or without mind. Irrational, we call it those with our mind are programmed to 1, like 1 sensed organism uses only the sense, the perception of touch. We know the examples of microbes and plants as an example. 2 sensed organisms uses taste in addition. The earthworms is an example. 3 sensed adds the smell into its equipment is octopus as an example. 4th sense is the including the sight that we can take the example of rabbits. And 5th, 5 sensed organisms also had the faculty of sound, and there are animals who do it, and the rational beings which is having the mind are the human beings as an example. Typical sensory system, as we learned from the cognitive science, all the medical sciences, all the other biological sciences, as the senses have got 2 parts. One is exterior, another is interior, and a wire to processor. The processor could be brain, it could be central nervous system, or any other thing that the soul can interact with. Taking the analogy in the Jain metaphysics, which the scientists have not yet exploited to my best of knowledge, and the soul in conjunction with the senses implies 4 steps of it. What we call it is avagraha, iha, avai, dharanaha, directed towards the object of interest. Now, the first 4 steps are basically it's very logical. When the soul is interested in a particular thing, it directs its sense, particular sense towards the object of interest and get establishing contact and leads to the avagraha. It takes a second instant in samaya, and this can last for many minutes. Once the information reaches the processor, the soul elicits more interest called the ihiga, and more information is then collected, and this is called avai. A quantum is collected. This may last up to 1 muhur, that is 48 minutes. Then the soul, with the help of the processor and its own capability, faculty, stores the useful message. This is called dharana for future use. I given the rated aphorism below. The first level of communication, naturally, avagraha is the just getting connected, wired connected with this one, and the information flows in terms of joules or photons or decibels, whatever is the one that can be deciphered or decoded. And the first few signals are called vyanjana or euphemism, and then later on the threshold increases. Based on the next step of curiosity, information gathered is refined and filtered. Noises are taken out of it. In the second step, it is not simply hee-ha curiosity, it is very, very logical curiosity, informed curiosity. That's why hee-ha is more of confirming the authenticity of the information that is coming through. And Uha is applying the logic to see the validity of the signals based on its past experience. Apoha is to remove even an iota of doubt about the source of information, the content of the information. Magana is to investigate further. Gaveshana is to explore it further. Its utility, Mimamsa is the higher order organisms, takes it to the another level of it, and the knowledge that comes through is compared with the other available, the knowledge called epistemology. In the third step called Avai is the accumulation, as the accumulated data is curated. Curated is a modern language, and that is cleaned before storage. But the curation takes place by using the tools of argumentation like analytics of data utility, reliability, robustness, etc. And the last step is the curated data is stored for future use. This is called dharana. Both the Agam, Davala, and Nandi Sutra employ the vocabularies of modern knowledge management systems, namely filing of the data, catalog them, and database storage. Thus, another thing that we need to understand when any information is elicited, picked up from the source, it can have the different types. What are the types? It could be in types of quantity, from feeble quantity to large quantity, one item to large number of items. Speed of acquisition could be as instant or minutes. It can last for long. And the absolute threshold of stimuli, how much it is taken, how much this is this level of detection, sensitivity of the detection. Finally is the resolution, what we call as an instrumentation, resolution of the information that is available. Finally, the storage, shelf life of the data that is being stored. Thus, if we see from single mode to multi-mode, that is single sense to multi-sense organisms, then we have for the perceptions of touch, taste, smell, sight, etc. There are 5 types of flow, knowledge flow, and that could, in the terms of quantity, quality, etc., it can be 12 more. So 12 into 5, even a single sensed organism collects the data in 60 minimum ways. And similarly, in the case of, that means 4 senses together collects the data in 240 ways, which is minimal, which can be more. And hearing and mind again collected by 96 ways. That's way in a Madhyana that we collect data by 336 ways is a grosser classification, because between the lower and upper limits, there are innumerable limits available. This is called Sruta Nishrita Madhyana, what we talked so far, which is based on the verbalism or the signal that is coming, that without even signal, we imply based on a past intellectuality, we do it instantly. We take decision that is called Outpatiki Buddhi, Vainiki Buddhi, based on our experience or the sanskar. We show respect, faithful order. Then we also own our skills. Particular one is karmaja, and finally parinamiki is the one which we use our basic intellectualism of reasoning, inference, and etc. Now in Davala, they say what would be the maximum range of sensory perception. That it means in an ideal situation, single sensed organism, how far it can sense using the touch. They say it can be 400 dhanush. One dhanush means approximately 2 meters, which means an ideal situation. The organism has only one sense, that is sense of touch. It can even sense by vibrations, etc., up to 400 dhanush. And like this, and this increases by doubling of it. 5 sensed organisms without mind can do it by 6,400 dhanush distance it can sense it. And similarly, I have shown the table for taste, smell, sight, and hearing. And in the case of sight, it is in yojanas. 1 yojana equals to about 8 to 9 miles, which means that in ideal situation, or if you idealize your situation, your sense of perception could increase very exponentially. Now, I like to relate it with modern cognitive scientific information, and people have started measuring the sensory thresholds, how much one can sense it. For example, we are able to see the stars at night, so which means our eyes could reach up to that point. A candlelight at 48 kilometers could be seen in a dark and clear night. Similarly, we can hear the ticking of a watch 6 meters away. A 1 teaspoon of sugar, we can taste it in 2 gallons of water. A drop of perfume can also be sensed by our own nose in a volume of size of 3 rooms. That shows that there's a lot of measurements are going on in these directions. Now, coming to the modern science, there are a lot of receptors that have discovered, and the receptors could be categorized to 3 categories. Extroreceptors, which detect stimuli near outer body surface. Interoceptors, which are within our body. For example, how we feel hunger or thirsty, etc. It is interoceptors give the signal. Proprioceptors are the one which detect, which alerts us about our stature, motion, according to the gravity, which is very important. Now, there are various sensory receptors listed in the scientific world. Chemoreceptors are the one which use the presence of chemicals, like smell is a chemoreceptor. Thermoreceptors are the using the change in the temperature. Photoreceptors change in the photo light, the photon strength. And mechanoreceptor, I told you, talks about the environment in terms of movement, tension, pressure, etc., automotive. And baroreceptor is a change in blood pressure, outside pressure. Hygroreceptors are humidity measurements. Nociceptors are increasing. Nociceptors are increasing. A lot of importance because of the pain clinics, pain management. So here is just an example of sensory receptors. For want of time, I'll not get into all the details. Neither I am equipped to talk about it. I'm a chemist by training. And what I mean is our entire body is wired with a lot of neurocells, sensory receptors, and connections, and relating to the brain. Now, we know, talking about man as an example, there are 5 senses: vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. In addition, I told you about the equilibrioception, which means keeping us erect, not falling. That's the one. As we all know, vision is visual system based on light and photo. That is the one from infrared to ultraviolet. I hope Iqbal, I have time. You can just wave your hand. I can stop it at the stage. Thank you.
Yeah, 2 minutes left, sir.
Okay, wonderful. That's right. Yes, excuse me. So the smell and taste, we basically, on chemical substances, we use chemicoreceptors, olfactory and gustatory system. Touch, I already touched upon it. That is somato necessary one. Now, I have worked in agriculture for long years, being a chemist, that the plant has got a powerful power of touch. It has a morphology and physiology. With that, it is able to sense the chemicals, gravity, light, moisture, infections, temperature, oxygen, carbon dioxide concentrations, parasite infection, disease, physical disruption, sound, and touch. And this subject is falling under plant physiology, ecology, and molecular biology. Coming to the smart insects, butterfly, its eyes has got 6,000 lenses, so it can even view and see in ultraviolet light. Now they have you might be seeing how the flies come and see the taste, because they have the taste signals, sensors attached to their feet, and they use the suction tube to accordingly. And just for laying eggs, They search the plant, scavenge the plant to see which will be useful for his offspring, the larvae, accordingly, because using the feet, and they lay the egg. Finally, we all know the power of touch. Touch me not plant. When we touch it, the leaves close it, and the Venus flytrap, it traps, basically the gate is closed when the insect touches that. And way forward, we need to, as a public, we need to enhance our sensory and scriptural knowledge systems by leading a disciplined life by which both the sensory organs and the faculty of perception become sharper and sharper. This trick is positive thought and action are the keys to my mind. For the scientists, validating and internalizing the Jain metaphysical thoughts will help. The duality of sensory systems, sensory thresholds, multiplicity of organ information flow and organization are case in point. I profusely thank the organizers for giving me opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Iqbal, for alerting me on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Devakumar. It's an honor to have you, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. The first question that we have for you is, what is the difference between dharana and shrut jnana?
Sruta Jnana is based on the Mati Jnana actually. Srutam Mati Purvam. We have a Tattva Sutra. So basic, this is not today we are starting. The soul has been eternal, connected, bonded for long. So there is a lot of Mati Jnana, memories, dharana available. Sruta Jnana makes use of our fundamental thoughts, whatever we have, good or bad. And that is what dharana. And based on the light of the knowledge, so that scriptural knowledge, the soul can correct itself, or even our seers, the gurus, can also correct it. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Another question that we have is that how does the soul become contaminated, and how does it bear the consequences? So what is the connection between the soul consciousness and the bindings of karma?
Consciousness is the integrity, intrinsic part of the soul. For every soul, including what we call it, the lowest organism called Nigoda. Even Nigoda soul have the consciousness, and the liberated souls have the full consciousness. Coming to the question how it got contaminated is like, as a chemist, I know the metallurgy. We do not know how the minerals come through that, how the gold is contaminated with kalimas, other impurities. We call it as time eternal. This has come through. It came through contaminated. It's only through the process of purification, as given by our scriptures, we can evolve it. The question will not help how it is contaminated, why it is contaminated, so on. The better is how it is contaminated, so that how we can purify. To my mind, that is the best way forward.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for the answers and for being concise. I appreciate that.
My question
Yes, please go ahead.
for every scientist. I bless Dev Kumar. Why scientists cannot believe himself? They have Mati Gyan and Sruta Gyan also, but cannot know himself. Why?
Namostu Maharaj, Namostu Bhagwan. Guruji cannot ask a question, but does not mind it. Being a scientist, very, very probing question. Being a scientist is also a soul, and he has intellectual capacity, as our Samaniti would be presenting it. She is quoting a lot of things from Heisenberg and Schrodinger, etc. It is even Pythagoras for that matter. When they start looking in isolation, without moh, rag, dvesh, the scientist becomes almost a saint. So I do not buy this argument. Scientists do not perceive the soul within himself, that he is himself. क्षमा कीजिए कोई गलती होगा तो.
ये तो आप लोग को बहुत विस्तार से पढ़ा रहा हूँ. अभी शक्ति के ऊपर आप तो सुन नहीं पाए. डॉक्टर पोखरण के जिज्ञासा के कारण संचालित शक्ति के ऊपर लगभग मैं 11 प्रवचन 2 घंटा किया हूँ.
Okay, Now our time is for the next session. Just I want to conclude the session in 2 minutes. I am very much thankful to all the invited speakers, Reverend Acharya Nandi Ghosh Vijayji and Professor Kanti Baradia and Professor Dev Kumar. They have given very wonderful presentation. There are so many questions regarding your topic, and since we have limited time, so we couldn't give proper time for answering. But you have all the contacts with all our delegates, and you can answer to them. But you have done very good, wonderful job. And Acharya Nandi Ghosh Vijayji has explained that there are 2 types of soul. One is plain, and other one is embodied souls, and that embodied souls can be explained through quantum physics and other physical sciences. So that is to some extent we can explain at scientific level what soul is, how it works, and how it is our consciousness is working through neural through brain, mind, and senses. So that can be explained at physical level or with the support of science. But so far as the pure soul is concerned, according to Acharya, it is what we say inexplicable. It is beyond our mental exercise, intellectual exercise. It is mainly the subject of our realization. So that is very much needed to know about the purity or what we say plain soul, or we can say the pure and perfect divine soul. And that is that needs our, that requires or demands our spiritual practices in a rigorous way. And Professor Dr. Kanti Madia has talked about 2 models of consciousness or soul, and that is a kind of a comprehensive view or inclusive view he has presented through his 2 models, and they are really very appreciable what he is doing. Dr. Dev Kumar has explained Matigan in a very scientific manner, and he has explained all the states of all the different stages of Matigyana. So it is really very wonderful, and you have explained everything by giving the practical examples so that everybody can understand what Matigyana is and how it can work, and what is the maximum limit power of all our senses to know the realities. So these all are wonderful talks. I am very much thankful to all the panelists, all the invited speakers, and look forward the same support in future also. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Samaniji. We are very honored to have such esteemed colleagues to join us from around the world. So we are now, we've concluded the last panel. So the last panel was on soul and consciousness in Jain philosophy. And now we will be moving forward to our first conference address by Muni Mahendra Kumar. And in order to introduce Muniji, we are going to have Professor Nathan Katz, who will introduce him. And we're very honored to have Professor Nathan Katz because he is also one of the reasons why we're all here today. Professor Nathan Katz was actually the founding chair of the Bhagwan Mahavir Professorship in Jain Studies here at FIU about a decade ago. He's a distinguished professor emeritus at the School of International and Public Affairs here at Florida International University, and is also has been affiliated with the College of Medicine. He has been the director of Jewish Studies and also founder and director emeritus of the program in the study of spirituality at FIU. He is co-founder and co-editor of the Journal of Indo-Judaic Studies. He has won 4 Fulbright Awards for his research and teaching in South Asia, where he's lived more than 7 years. The Florida Humanities Council has named him as a master teacher an unprecedented 12 times. Having retired from FIU, Professor Katz and his wife lead Jewish interest tours to India. He lectures widely, conducts virtual programs and seminars in Jewish studies, both sort of in Israel, in the Bahamas, and here in the United States. He recently just gave a talk, very interesting, on the Jews of Cochin and Jews in the British colonial period. So it's a great honor and a privilege to have my friend and colleague, Dr. Nathan Katz to introduce Muniji for the first conference address. Professor Katz.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Akhtar, my good friend. I was so thrilled, first of all, to be invited to speak at this august conference. But two other things especially thrilled me about that. The first, when I found out that my hero, Deepak Jain, will be introducing me a little bit later. And also because I get to introduce Muni Mahendra Kumarji. I had the great pleasure to meet the Muni. I think it was in 2010, soon after I assumed the Bhagwan Mahavir chair. And the JERF sent me around India to a number of places, to Rajasthan, to Delhi area, to Indore, to discuss Jain studies in a modern American university. How should we do it? And I had wonderful conversations with Muni Mahendraji. And more than that, something about him simply struck my heart as well as my mind. It's the only time I met him, but it's something I've remembered every moment since then and will continue to remember the rest of my life, I am sure. So with that personal mention, the Muni is a senior monk and conveyor of the Bahashrut Parishad of the Jain Shvetambar Tarapanth order. Very interesting. In English, if we want to say someone is very knowledgeable, we say they are well read. But in Indian, especially classical language, they are Bahushrut. They have heard a lot. So we're going to hear a lot in the next few days. He's made great contribution, especially to the study of Jain canonical literature. And for this, he has such honors as the Agama Manishi, a person of the scriptures, a Preksha Pradhyapaka, a master, a meditation master, a teacher of meditation. And he has even a broader range of academic interests than I do. And I tell you, if you know me, that's saying a lot, but from the natural sciences to history to philosophy, psychology, a translator, and he has brought out more than 60 books on Jain studies. And I didn't know, but I'm not at all surprised to know that he is also a master at the ancient science of memory and mathematics. Quite remarkable. And he's called a human computer because of this uncanny ability of his mind. He is an honorary professor at Jain Vishwabharati University in Ladman, a place I've enjoyed visiting. And I'm eager to hear what he has to tell us today. Muniji, if you please, sir, nice to see you again.
Thank you so much, Nathan. We'll spotlight now Muniji. All right. Yes, Muniji, please.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Muni Mahendra Kumarji, he might
this is a video.
be coming soon.
Oh, it's a video.
Yeah.
Presently, he will be
Okay.
in the Pratikraman. He will join sooner.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. All right, we'll show the video and then we'll start the question and answer live. Thank you.
Yes.
First of all, I pay my obeisance to Bhagwan Mahavir, the propounder of Jainism in the present age. I also pay my obeisance to my mentor, Acharya Shri Mahashraman. All these scientists and scholars who have gathered here online to participate in this very valuable international conference on Jain philosophy and science. My topic is soul, life, and consciousness in Jain philosophy and science, and relevance of the application of this principle in day-to-day life in global scenario. The whole world seems to be groping in the dark, trying to find solutions to some of the global problems like violence, hunger, health, education, and last but not the least, the environmental depletion. The reason, as I believe, is that modern science and technology is based on lopsided theories involving only physical order of existence, or in other words, the materialistic view of life. Whereas what ought to be done is to involve consciousness together with the matter, or in other words, to involve the spiritualistic way of life together with the materialistic way of life. The Jain philosophy reveals that it is mainly the free will power of consciousness, or it is called the soul, which is possessed of the inherent potency to overcome the effect of all external forces, including one which is called the karmic particles force or karma, which are the subtle structures, and together with them or through effecting them, we can also bring about revolutionary change in our physical body or the gross body. To begin with this topic, we have to understand first the fundamental or the basic principles of Jain metaphysics. Actually, Jain darshan, as it is called, which is slightly different from Jain philosophy. Jain darshan is that gamut of knowledge or intuition which is revealed by some person who has become free from the external bondages of what is called the karmic material particles. Jain darshan means the direct vision or the perception of the truth. The basic principles tell us that there is the principle of jiva. When translated, we may translate both as the soul or the living being, jiva. And exactly opposite ontological existence is ajiva, that is non-soul, or in other words, those objects or substances which are devoid of life, and hence they are all non-living things or objects. Basically, all of us individually, of course, are jiva, soul. Not only the human beings, but also all the creatures, animals, and even those objects which are possessed of consciousness, like the plant and other microorganisms. Now, this is the first principle, that is Jiva or soul. The defining characteristic of the soul is it is possessed of what is called as the Upayoga. Upayoga Lakhano Jivo. Upayoga, which means the activities of consciousness. That is called the Upayoga in technical term, and we can understand it as the knowledge or cognitions, perception or intuition. So this is the basic characteristic of every living being, every jiva, every soul in the world. According to the ontological principles of Jainism, the number of such living beings is infinite in mathematical terminology, and also it is a constant. That is, whatever number existed in the past exists in the present and will exist in the future. In other words, we can correlate it with the principle of conservation of mass and energy accepted in modern physics. Here we have to understand that when we say energy, it includes all the spiritual substances which are energetic in themselves. Spiritual energy is existing in each living being, and therefore we can say the principle of conservation of all living beings. This is the basic idea of Jain metaphysics. Secondly, in Jain metaphysics, with respect to time, it is asserted or believed that the existence of soul and non-soul, both, is eternal. No new soul is created or can be created, just like no new matter or energy can be created. Both are same. So we have to understand that eternal world, eternal universe with respect to time is another important doctrine of Jain metaphysics. And the third important doctrine is that from beginningless time, no beginning, when we draw the graph, it will go in infinite past, no end, infinite past. So, beginningless time, the existence of soul is there, but it is contaminated with material particles or matter from beginningless time, and will continue in the future for any time unless and until, with the special efforts or exercise of the free will power of soul, through which the soul can become free from the beginningless bondage of the external material particles, and can get free from the clutches of this bondage, and that is termed as emancipation or moksha. So concept of moksha is that only some living beings exercise their free willpower, and through proper efforts, they become free from the clutches of the external bondage, while the remaining one who cannot do so will always remain in the world of transmigration in this universe, and it will go on forever and forever without any end. Now we come to the point that the main problems today which we see in the whole global scenario, they are violence either in personal life or inter or intrapersonal life, in familial life, in social life, in national life, and international life all over the world. What we want to find out is through the combination or the union or amalgamation of science and Jain darshan, we can find out certain solutions to such global problems by bringing out a fundamental transmutation of our own consciousness, and in this way we can end the violence, etc., at least to some extent in all strata or all fields of our life. Another one is global problem is about health, as WHO has defined, that is called holistic health. Health does not mean only physical infirmity or absence of disease, but it includes a total physical, mental, emotional, and social health. That's why the problem of attainment of holistic health in the world is a very major problem, and what we want to tell is that through proper management of consciousness and amalgamating science and technology with the Jain Darshan's principles or the spiritual practices, we can also bring about a revolution in this holistic health field by ensuring to some limit, a minimum limit or optimum limit, the holistic health for every person. And the third problem is that of economics, or in other words, that of hunger. All over the world, there is a great discrepancy, or there is a great abyss between the haves and the have-nots. This is because of the wrong type of economics or the concept of development adopted in modern age, that it has given rise to this ditch between these two classes. And with the advent of the science, technology, and other things, on one hand, there is increase in the so-called development, and at the same time, the ditch or the abyss between these two classes also goes on increasing more and more. So this third very valuable problem which is to be addressed, we can address this problem fruitfully and successfully through combining the principles of science and technology with Jain Darshan and cultivating or increasing our intrinsic power of consciousness through which we can bring about the fundamental change in our attitude in life. As I told, because of the materialistic lifestyle or because of the importance given only to materialistic approach, materialistic benefit, that is called materialistic lifestyle. It is in the center of our society, of our life, total life. Everything we do in life only we count for the materialistic gain. We neglect all other things, the so-called values, the human values, the social values, etc., and so on and so forth. We neglect them. Almost many of us. And on account of that, the problem of hunger goes on increasing day by day in spite of the development made through science and technology in this world. Now we come to the third point, that is very important, how we can do or how we can achieve this. For this we have to understand the spiritual technology involved in Jain Darshan. Jain Darshan, as I have told, fundamentally believes that there is soul, which is the main or the principal existence in ourself, in every living being, whether man, whether creature, animal, insect, or even plant or other microorganism. There is one entity, main principal entity, which is soul. And the fundamental assumption or the fundamental assertion of Jainism that every soul, whether it is in the form of human being or human life, or whether it is in the form of plant life, the soul of a human being and the soul of a plant, there is no difference at all. Altogether, there is no difference. Both of them, or every soul of every living being, is equal in all respects. That is to say, it has got, everyone has got infinite power, infinite knowledge, infinite intuition, and that is what it is, a potentiality. Potentially, every living soul is possessed of these things. These are the fundamental characteristics of every soul. On account of the variance in the karmic bondage, which means the particles, the karmic particles, we can give the, or in modern technology we can also carmons. It's an electron, there is proton, these are carmons. Carmons are the minute particles. And every action of a soul, every action of a soul, it attracts the carmons from the atmosphere, which is all cosmic space. In all cosmic space, that is around all of us, there are infinite number or carmons. They are mainly divided into 8 parts. These are the 4 fundamental or destructive karmas. And the other 4 which are non-destructive, these are 4 which are called non-destructive karma. The actual process of attainment of moksha involves mainly, firstly, the obliteration or annihilation of the Mohaniya karma, both types, the belief distorting and conduct distorting. These 4 karmas, once if they are annihilated totally, the soul becomes free from the clutches of these 4 major karmas, and it attains the status which is called as the status of a Keval Jnani. So in this way, there is a complete hierarchy of the karmas, and what is involved in our efforts is through proper mechanism, through proper technology, through proper spiritual practice, we have to gradually make the power of karma less and less and increase the power of soul, the power of consciousness more and more. And ultimately, there will be a time where the soul surpasses or overcome the karma's power and becomes free from the clutches. Now, in this long process, what is relevant in our talk today, as far as the global problems, as I have stated, are concerned, is that we have to bring about neurological changes which are possible. Now we bring in the concept of modern science, modern neurology, in which it has been stated that in our human brain, there are two different brains. One is actually human brain, the other one is animal brain. In technical terminology, the human brain, it resides in our cerebellum. The portion is called neocortex. So this is the seat of our human brain, actual human brain. Whereas the animal brain, which is also inside our brain, is seating, the seat of that animal brain is in limbic system, or it is called mammalian brain, or there is another brain there which is called reptilian brain. So that part of human brain, which we now can call animal brain, it has become dominant in our materialistic lifestyle. When we desire for material gains, and because of the effect of karma, the past karma which we have bound, we become greedy, we become selfish, we become violent, and so on and so forth. And therefore, all the problems we create ourselves in the world only for gaining the materialistic benefit, the materialistic way of life we want to make more and more flourish. Now, when we apply the consciousness power, the spiritual technology, and we do not neglect the matter or the body from its disease in the same way. When we practice the spiritual technology, what I mean by spiritual technology are those practices, those very, very scientifically defined, scientifically they are provable, those things, those practices, those exercises. They may be mental exercise, maybe physical exercise, in any form. It may be meditation, it may be yoga, it may be fasting, it may be autosuggestion, and so on and so forth. All these things are spiritual exercises, spiritual technology, which holds the key to bringing about the neurological changes. So what I was going to tell you is that we should increase the power of wisdom which resides in our neocortex, and we should try to overcome the dictates of mammalian brain or reptilian brain, limbic system, which exercises its power through hypothalamus, amygdala, and such other places in our frontal lobe. So the whole thing comes down to the neurological changes which we have to bring about through, and if we become successful in that, we can reduce the destructive emotions, anger, cruelty, contempt, hatred, jealousy, selfishness, utter selfishness, greediness. All these are negative thoughts, negative emotions. They not only disturb our familial, social, and national, international life, but also our personal or our spiritual life mainly. And thus, if we become successful in overcoming these mechanism here, which is going on autonomous system. The limbic system, although under the surveillance of the neocortex, but because of this distortion of power, now it dictates to the neocortex that neocortex should indulge in violence, in negative thoughts, in negative action, in negative emotions, in destructive emotion, and thus try to become free from the temporary problem which is created, but it results in bringing out many, many other problems as we see in the world today. So I want to make it clear that if this can be done, and it should be also tested, it should be proved on scientifically accepted methods or technology, which we for example say in the laboratory tests or in other tests, neurological tests. If we can prove that by certain type of what we call as contemplation qua compassion, contemplation qua friendliness, contemplation qua non-violence, contemplation qua continence. These are the types of spiritual technology, spiritual practices. There is a systematic method, technology. It is to be learned. And for learning, proper training is required. If proper training is given, if people learn within themselves how to make this technology, this exercise successful, bring about the result, it is sure. And then in laboratory, we have to test. We have to make a scientific experiments and observation and testing and the results and all the parameters which are involved. Whatever they are, they may be physical ones or other biochemical ones or other things, and find out that through these kinds of contemplation or such other spiritual technologies, spiritual practices, whether we become success in bringing about the fundamental change in our autonomous system, in the play of the instincts or the animal instincts ruling or ordering or dictating our neocortex, we make it reverse. Now the neocortex, the wisdom there, the knowledge there, the power of consciousness there, that decide, and that will never decide in favor of destructive emotion or the negative emotion. Against the anger, the neocortex will always decide for forgiveness and forbearance. Against the greediness, the neocortex will decide for contentment. Against the selfishness and the utter greediness, the neocortex will decide for altruism and consideration for other people. Like this, if we go further, we can bring about a revolutionary change in the field of, say, the materialistic life is now sent to the periphery. Now we, in the center, we place spiritualistic life. We do not neglect body. We do not neglect the materialistic gain or materialistic requirements. Just we give prominence to spiritual one, and subsidiarily we also take help of the body, of the material things, of the things which can become helpful in elevating our spiritual faculties, our spiritual power. And a training system. The training all over the world, if we can evolve a system, just as now people have evolved a system for training in violence all over the world. The military forces everywhere, the police forces everywhere. In there, the people recruited for them, they don't know anything about. The other side of this thing is training in non-violence, training in increasing the power of consciousness, training in making less the power of hormones, training in making understanding that the life is our individual life or everyone's life is internally connected with all lives. And in this way, when we have the concept of equality of all souls, equality or sameness or oneness of all soul, we have the same feeling for others as we have those for ourselves, in which people will think first that how much should I earn and accumulate. That will be the first principle or the first idea in a person who is trained in this training in non-violence, training in spiritual technology. Then he will first of all put the limit to his desires, limit to his consumption, limit to his accumulation. He will not have limitless desires, he will not have limitless consumption or controlless consumption, he will not accumulate unlimitedly. In this way, we can bring about an economic social order all over the world. And if such kind of training is first tried in that strata of society who are already rich, who are in the state of haves, there are a handful of them. And on other side are more than 90% who are on the other side. So if wants to live happily, healthily, nobody actually wants to live a unpeaceful life, disturbed life. When you can convince people that by developing this power of wisdom, of neocortex, and controlling, curbing or restraining the basic destructive emotions in human mind, human brain, they can make their life on one hand. Also, we don't ask them to give up everything. Whatever, according to their own capacity, they will limit it. Somebody may limit it to 10 million. Other may limit it to 10 billion, doesn't matter. After all, if there is a limit and the mindset is changed, he is not hankering after money. He is not hankering after materialistic gains at any cost. He is thinking everything in terms of his values. And in this way, gradually, he will then understand the value of self-restraint, of contentment, of cooperation, of altruism. But this is the way to change globally the whole world, and it requires the efforts of all such people who are scholars, who are scientists, who are the people working in the global institutions like United Nations, UNESCO. It can be changed. Make a thorough research, scientific research, find out exact and valid means to bring out the change in consciousness, this kind of change in our neurological system, in our neurological or neurobiochemicals, in our neurotransmitters, and even in our bioelectrical electrical mechanism of our brain. In this way, it is possible. It is not an utopian idea. Way. This is the modern way. This is the modern breakthrough which we can bring about if we can properly work on this. And ultimately, if we can evolve such universal global education system, then we can apply it to every field of life. In formal education, from the very first day the child enters into the school, which is called as nursing or KG, from that state only, right up to the post-graduation and postdoctoral stage, informal education. And in informal education, we may have such schools of training, and also together with that, we can join together with wisdom in the short term course, in which the wisdom exercise are given. At the same time, whatever career he is following, some few formulas, few hints. Every career, maybe a driver's career, maybe a doctor's career, maybe a teacher's career, and so on and so forth. Every career we can link the wisdom training, which we call how to create wisdom, how to awaken wisdom. It is called pragya. It is called vivek. It is the neocortex play. So through this, if in all states there may be 100, 200 such schools of business, etc., in which the career development together with wisdom development, the training could go on, and people can learn to earn more as well as to put resistance or control, curb over their own negative thinking, negative emotion. And in this way, whole lifestyle will change. And then there is no question of warfare. If in the world people are given training of this type, ultimately all the people involved in taking national decisions, they are all human beings. If they are all trained in this direction, ultimately no one will opt for war or terrorism or any such anti-humanistic affairs which are going on now. So world can be made free from all these things: warfare, terrorism, violence, cruelty, etc. on one hand, and on other hand, we can establish peace, congenial living, congenial family living, congenial social living, communal harmony, religious harmony, and so on and so forth. It may seem utopian, but it is not utopian. It is possible. A new world. And this is what we call as wisdom world. Acharya Sri Tulsi, who propagated Anuvrat. Acharya Sri Mahapragya, who was the founder of Preksha meditation, the main key exercise in the spiritual consciousness awakening or wisdom awakening. And Acharya Sri Mahashramanji through Ahimsa Yatra, a journey on foot, round about 50,000 kilometers in 6 years, visiting every place, every village, and asking people to adopt this lifestyle. And in this way, we see the efforts of such selfless people, saints and sages. Of course, India has been renowned for this, that India is the main center of spiritual wisdom. Besides all Oriental philosophies, Oriental the cultures, they have also prescribed this kind of thing in Japan, etc. And so we can evolve a common element all over the world in all these things. And whatever is proved and validated on the anvil of science and technology, modern research methodology, it should be adopted, that should be given in training, and thus we can bring about this whole change. I hope that this conference will not limit itself to only what we call as intellectual or academic gimmicks. We are not here concerned only with such things that what scripture says what and what is what. That is also important, but more important is the application. What are principles, what are theories, what are practices, what are spiritual technology, whatever is prescribed, how it can be applied in day-to-day life, in global perspective, and make it sure that it works and people get benefit of all these kind of things. This is our heritage, our spiritual heritage, which we inherit, the whole world inherits from the ancestors. So they have given us, they have worked for it, they made this experimentation by going into forest, by undertaking long austerities, by undertaking meditation, and so on and so forth. They have found these kinds of truths, and they have given to us. Jain Darshan is one of them. It is given in a very scientific way, the theory of karma, the theory of gross body, how the gross body and how the karma body, that is micro body, they are correlated, and how the consciousness in human body, how the brain, human brain works, and it is connected internally, and how our exercises can affect them. All these things include my address to this plenary session, and I hope that all of us who are here will, in our own way, try to make certain that at the end of the conferences, we should find out a few things, a few spiritual practices, a few things described in Jain philosophy, in Jain darshan, in Jain sadhana paddhati, some spiritual kind of thinking, bhavana, auto-suggestion, many things are applicable to the day-to-day life. If some things we can find out, and then a proper system, a proper organization for propagation, for the training, for the research, for the training, and for the global interconnection. There should be interconnection globally, and in this way we can make a very changed globe in the next few years and make the whole humankind free from these. These are the curses of the modern age. On the one hand, modern age is on the summit of development, going to the moon, Mars, and etc. on one hand, and on the other hand, people living, human beings living in the world, they live the wretched life. This is not compatible with the modern wisdom, modern knowledge. We have to change the scenario, and that can be made by strong determination, resolve. All of us, if you can do, and the people like Acharya Mahashravan, there are so many such great teachers, not only of Jain darshan, but of other religions, other culture, other country, all of them like-minded, giving stress on consciousness, giving stress on the power of free will power of consciousness. And then we can meet together, unite together, and evolve certainly a new man and a new world. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for those very important words and that perspective and the global sort of understanding from Muni and Mahendra Kumarji. I wanted to turn it over very briefly to Professor Katz, who will give his reflection, and then we will open it to Muni Mahendra Kumarji for some comments. So
Muni Mahendra Kumar, your speech is very nice, scientifically and spiritually. But I have a small question. Why all scientists cannot know about the soul. Although scientists also soul, they have also brain, they have also mind, they are also genius. But all scientists cannot believe soul. Why? What is the reason? No can answer my question. A single question.
Okay, thank you, Acharya-ji. 1 minute. Let's turn to Professor Katz, and then we can go to Muniji.
Okay. Thank you again, Professor Akhtar. The clarity of that presentation was stunning to me. And I've long believed that no matter how complicated something is, if you understand it, you can explain it in a clear way. And I think Mahendraji's talk was exactly that. Jain doctrines of consciousness are complicated. However, he can focus them in a direction and then make them clear. And the next step, once the ideas are clear, is to make them applicable. And I just went one word about the applicability. When Muni Mahendraji and I were speaking, it was 2010 in Ghaziabad. There was a little conference put together with me and Muniji. And what we were saying is, how can the great principles and teachings of Jain Dharma be applied to the problems of the modern world? And I will take this up in my talk in a couple of hours. But I think that is that Muniji and I are on the same point about that. So what? So there's a soul that's eternal and free. What does that mean? So what? How does that affect my life and the lives of everyone else? And he told us that if you can trigger this higher sense of self, the human mind, whatever we call it, that liberates us to do remarkable things in this world. And so we want to train our public school teachers. We want to train our businessmen. We want to train our physicians and attorneys and criminal justice people in some of these ideas so that they can bring these ideas to bear on their day-to-day conduct of their professions, which affect us all. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Professor Katz. So yeah, I want to now open it up to Muni Mahendra Kumarji. If we have many questions for you. So I'll just start off with a few, and then if we're not able, we don't have the time to answer all of them, then we can send you an email and perhaps you can also respond to people. Are there any comments that you wanted to start off with, Muniji, before we start the questions and answers?
Yeah, are you asking me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Muniji. Yes, we're asking you.
No, whatever I have said, all have heard. And the reactions by Nathan Cards and our Acharya, Digambar Acharya ji,
Kanaknandi. Yes.
And we have seen that the only thing which is required for us to do is proceed in this direction by undertaking thorough research in scientific way. For example, as I have given one example, say contemplation for compassion or contemplation for friendliness, Maitri ki anupreksha, Karuna ki anupreksha. Let us try this one exercise in 1,000 people and a completely double-blind experiment, controlled group and experimental group, and measure the parameters through the biochemical changes and other parameters, diagnostic, clinic, and etc., and take out the average mean result. If the result is on the average more than 60%, we become sure that these exercises are real spiritual technology. They have the power to change our consciousness. They have the power to create, to develop our wisdom, which is in our neocortex. So in this way, we should do everything practically. Now there is no more time only to give sermons, only to give teachings and preachings. They are also very good things, not bad things. But let us not waste time only in that. Let us employ our time, use our time in proper, thorough, solid research, sound research, which is validated on the anvil of science. Now, one question was why scientists are not all believing in consciousness or soul. Exactly the thing is because the soul itself, in Jainism also we say, we see, we understand that the pure soul is not the subject of our perception, our sensory organs cannot perceive them. It is only because of the omniscience, that is direct perception of the pure soul that is made by the Keval Jnani, that we know that such thing exists. Now when we come to the scientific basis, at least we can prove certain things which are seen in the effect. That is when the carbon particles, when they have interaction with our soul, whatever it is, science may believe it in whatever way. Say it is X. That X is affected by these material particles. Carbon particles are material particles, just like electron, protons, or quasars and other particles. They are carbon particles. They have a direct effect on consciousness. So in this way, if they can come, all of them on one platform and find and do research in this direction, then we can go further. And then science and spirituality, it will join hand and save the world from the calamity, from the present existing disastrous conditions. This is the only way. Otherwise, it is not possible to give the training to the people on the global level. You have to prove scientifically. People will attract because when they will find this is scientific, this particular exercise, the benefit is experienced now and here, and therefore they will accept it. And then there is no question of any ism, any religion, any creed, any nationality. There is only one thing. The benefit is there, and we should practice it and try out and find out what benefit we get. People will get benefit, and then this will spread automatically. And after all, this spiritual technology, the research in this direction will definitely give result, as I have said in my speech. Now, any other question you can ask?
Yes, I have also question. What is the difference between mind, brain, and consciousness? What is the difference between mind, brain, and consciousness?
You know, soul is a non-physical real existence, and consciousness is its attribute. Actually, it is called upayoga. Upayoga lakkhano jivo. Upayog means the activity of consciousness. That is called upayog. That is the characteristic. Now that consciousness at various level, it will work. It will work with the gross body of Dharik Sharir. It will work with the human brain. Then it is called Dravyaman. Like that, the consciousness, there are so many levels at which the consciousness will work with certain kind of structures which are also the part of our life, and in various ways that will give an effect. And in this way, we have to make this kind of reformation, amendment at all levels. Whatever errors we do, whatever wrong things we do, we have to correct on the level of human brain, on the level of mind, on the level of consciousness, and so on and so forth. At every level, mana yoga, vajana yoga, kaya yoga, activity of the mind, activity of the sound, and activity of the physical body. Like this, at all levels, we have to make the we have to take to the correct path. That is the path through which we can evolve our consciousness to higher level. I think it is clear.
Okay, thank you so
Any
much,
other
Muniji.
question?
It's an honor and a pleasure
Your
to have you
thinking
at the conference. Yes,
is very nice,
Samaniji
scientific
Chaitanya.
and philosophy. I bless
So,
you. I thank you. I welcome you.
so we are very much thankful to Professor Munish Mahendra Kumarji, Professor Nathan Katz for chairing this session, wonderful session. And Munish Mahendra Kumarji has covered overall the whole theme and all the complications related to the consciousness. And he has shown real point, he has discussed the real point where we have to focus on, and that is the training in non-violence, training of spiritual technology, which we have to use to evolve the consciousness from lower to higher level. So that is, we have to understand, and these ICSJP is meant only for developing such kind of spiritual technology to change, to make revolutionary change in the world, and to establish the peace and harmony in the all over the world. So what Munishiji has said, we have to pay attention to that. That is the main motto of this particular ICSJP. So we are very much thankful and looking forward for the inauguration. Yes.
Yes.
I want to say something for Munish.
Gopalji, once Munishiji wants to say something. Yes.
No, he is saying whatever he is saying. Ram Gopal Jain.
Yes.
Okay.
I go to Munish Sushil Kumarji, and he has given the whole world the spiritual technology which I am also propagating. We are all scientists of the soul, and your speech should be replayed in the United Nations and the whole world. This is a wonderful seed you have given so far. I'm sorry. I'm very grateful to you and both to you. I'm coming to India. I'll go to you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a short break, about 10 minutes, and we will be back in 10 minutes, and then we will begin the salutatory addresses to officially begin the conference.
Yes.
Right, thank you so much.
Professor Mashalkar has arrived and is among the audience. So we welcome him, and we are looking for the inauguration session.
Thank you.
Shortly.
Thank you, Samaniji, Muniji, Munishiji, and Professor Katz. It was an honor to have you, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
The environment the students are facing today is unlike ever before.
It's all about team-based work in the 21st century of careers.
Being able to do teamwork and compromise on their positions, play the role of different sectors, the public, the private, the nonprofit sector, with different strategic priorities, and being able to combine them all and superpose them into an initiative that truly adds value to all the organizations and the actors involved.
The way that we communicate has changed.
More and more, we're bringing in professionals who have a skill set that combines with the academic expertise of other faculty members that really make a difference.
I want to be able to remove the fourth wall between the classroom and the world around us.
The different experiences that the faculty and the masters has were fundamental to really understand what I needed and to gain these different points of view to become a better professional.
One of the most important dimensions, and it's really the crowning achievement of the program, is the capstones.
Capstones, for me, as somebody who comes to this work in international affairs as a practitioner, I think is one of the best parts of the program.
The value of what they did in the classroom is manifested in this particular capstone project.
It allows them to take everything that they've learned in our program up until that moment, practically apply it.
It allowed me to develop and create innovative solutions for the corporation I work with.
It was an opportunity to understand how corporations really integrate corporate responsibility into business operations.
The students are working directly with the policymaker.
Really prepared me with the tools and skills needed to succeed at my former position at Citigroup as a problem manager for Latin America, and currently here at Rockwell Collins as the senior specialist in global trade compliance.
If they want to pursue studies or careers in international affairs of one sort or another, whether in the government or in the private sector or in the think tank world or in academia, the FIU's MAGA program, the Green Schools MAGA program, really is a terrific way to get started.
To the person that is considering the Masters of Global Affairs here at FIU, I recommend it because it is a program that is tailored to the needs of the global market.
We will begin with that in a minute. I hope everyone is enjoying the conference. It's going well. If you have any questions that haven't been answered by the panelists, I would suggest you email it to connecticsjp@fiu.edu, and our team will make sure that it goes to the panelists and a response is given to you. You can also type the question into the Q&A box. Either way, we will make sure that the panelists are able to hear your questions and we can begin. All right. So we'll start with the first video by Samani Punya Pragya, and that will be a benediction. It will be a Jain prayer. Just 1 minute. I think we're having some technical issues. Give us 1 minute.
You can start.
Okay, Samani, will you be? Is Samani Punya Pragya? She's going to be.
No,
it's a video. Okay, yeah. So we're waiting for the video. Okay. Perfect.
शिवं शुद्धबुद्धं परं विश्वनाथं
क्रोधं न मानं न माया न लोभम् चिदानन्दरूपं नव वीतरागम् चिदानन्दरूपं नव वीतरागम् न हस्तो न पादौ न घ्राणं न जिह्वा न चक्षु न कर्णो न वक्त्रं न नेत्रा न कृष्णं न शुक्लं न कर्माणि जालम् चिदानन्दरूपं नमवीतरागम् चिदानन्दरूपं नमवीतरागम्.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was a very beautiful benediction. And now we will go to the president's address. So I'll do a brief introduction of the president, and then we will show the recorded welcome from the president of Florida International University. So Mark B. Rosenberg is the 5th president of Florida International University, which is a public university. And it is also a Hispanic serving institution. That means that it's a majority minority institution that focuses on science and engineering as well as the humanities. He's the 5th president of FIU, and he's a political scientist by training with a specialization in Latin America. He is the first FIU faculty member to become the president of FIU. And over the time at FIU, he's increased enrollment to almost 58,000 students, improved graduation rates by 23%, and hired over 400 faculty members. Many of the departments in the university have become elite in world ranking under his leadership. He was also the 2nd chancellor of the Board of Governors for all the universities in Florida. Prior to becoming chancellor, Professor Rosenberg was integrally involved in the expansion and development of FIU from a teaching college to a major international university that now has a Carnegie I highest research ranking. Dr. Rosenberg's career began at FIU in 1976 as an assistant professor of political science, and he founded the FIU Latin American and Caribbean Studies Center, LAC, which is now the nation's premier federally supported research center for the study of Latin America throughout North America. He earned a BA from Miami University of Ohio in 1971 and graduated with a PhD in Latin American and Caribbean Studies in 1976. He has chaired many panels across the United States, including sort of national task force that focus on STEM education. He was the 109th chair of the Greater Miami Chamber of Commerce, and he himself has been the chair of the Business Council for Miami, as well as councils internationally of universities across the world that are developing change makers for the next generation of leaders. So we're honored and very happy that Professor Rosenberg will be welcoming us officially to Florida International University. And we will begin with his congratulations for the conference.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Rosenberg, president of FIU, and I want to welcome you to the 2nd International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy. Today, we have an impressive gathering of eminent scholars from around the world, individuals ready to share their understanding of Jain philosophy and to connect us with leading-edge scientific research in the study of consciousness. At FIU, we've taken the lead in the academic study of Jainism with the first endowed Bhagwan Mahavir Professorship of Jain Studies created a decade ago. And through this partnership, we have successfully developed the academic field of Jain Studies in this part of the academic world. We've also strengthened our partnership with the Jain community, learning about their history and philosophy and the great intellectual contributions of Jainism to world heritage and human civilization. Looking ahead, we're excited for the development of our next chapter in Jain Studies, the FIU Center for Jain Studies. FIU will create an interdisciplinary think tank where we will explore global issues such as popular authoritarianism and climate change, and how these relate to applied Jain ethics. The center is just another example of how we at our FIU are committed to providing a world-class, well-rounded academic experience for our students, as well as creating a place for dialogue and critical thinking for our community. So I hope you enjoy this virtual conference, and hopefully next year we can meet again here at our FIU for the 3rd annual conference. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, President Rosenberg. We're very happy to have his leadership in welcoming the Jain community to FIU. Our next speaker now will be David Skip. So David Skip is an Associate Director for Advancement at Florida International University's Stephen J. Green School of International and Public Affairs. Over nearly 9 years with the Green School, David has worked closely with the Jain community in South Florida and the United States. Prior to his arrival at FIU, David worked for 20 years in international health in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa. He has a Bachelor of Arts degree in Hispanic Literature from Colgate University and completed extensive graduate work towards a doctorate at the University of Miami Center for Advanced International Studies, where he specialized in agricultural policy and the production of basic foods in less developed countries. We're very honored that David was able to work with us to get a proclamation from Miami-Dade County declaring a Jain Studies Day, and the entire county sort of recognizing the valuable contribution of the Jain community to Miami. And so I will turn it now over to David Skip.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar, and good morning, everybody. On behalf of FIU, the Green School, our remarkable Jain Studies program, we thank the Mayor of Dade County, the Miami-Dade County Commission, and FIU's own Office of External Relations for making the proclamation possible. First, I'd like to begin with a reading of the original FIU proclamation submitted to the county in anticipation of this great day. Proclamation draft. Whereas Miami-Dade County recognizes the economic and cultural contribution of the Jain community to the cultural mosaic of Miami-Dade, whereas Jainism espouses nonviolence, respect toward all people, and the understanding of multiple perspectives to heal the divisions in our society, whereas Florida International University's Jain Studies program encourages an understanding of Jain history, culture, and religion, as well as encouraging Indian and American international scholarly collaboration. Be it resolved that I, Daniela Levine Cava, Mayor of Miami-Dade County, Acting Chairwoman Rebecca Sosa, and the members of the Board of County Commissioners on behalf of Miami-Dade County and this community do hereby proclaim the 19th of March, 2021 as Jain Dharma Day. I call upon the good people of Miami-Dade County to join me in honoring the Jain community whose traditions have helped to promote peace, nonviolence, and mutual respect within and for our diverse community. I will now show you the proclamation received recently and prepared by Miami-Dade Mayor Levine Cava and the County Commission. I don't know if you can see this, but I will read it. Congratulations. The Miami-Dade County Office of the Mayor and Board of County Commissioners, Florida University, Second International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy. As Commissioner on behalf of the Mayor, the Board of County Commissioners, and the residents of Miami-Dade County, I take great pleasure in wishing you the very best as you officially introduce the Jain Studies Program. On this 19th day of the month of March 2021 in Miami-Dade County. And it's signed by our local commissioner, Joe Martinez, the chair of the county commission, Pepe Diaz, and our own new mayor, Daniela Levine Cava. I want to close with some profound thanks to the many donors from the Jain community that have made this really remarkable Jain program possible over the years, as well as this groundbreaking conference. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, David. We really appreciate your hard work in securing that and making sure it happens. And it's wonderful that the county and the mayor recognize the value of the Jain community, and particularly the work that we're doing at FIU. Thank you so much, David. We appreciate that. Next, we will show a short video, and this is a video that we have developed over the last couple of months based on interviews and our understanding and sort of the accomplishments that FIU and JERF in the Jain community have established over the past 10 years of Jain studies at FIU. So this is a short video that we've developed that kind of give a perspective on what we've accomplished together and what we plan on doing forward, taking in Muni Shriji's comments in terms of how we can think about Jain principles going forward in terms of healing the world. So there's a lot to be done, and we're very happy of what we've accomplished so far. So with that, we will show the short video that we've produced, and then we'll share the links on YouTube, and you can share it to everyone.
FIU's Jain Studies program is the first endowed Jain Studies academic program in North America. For a decade, the university has worked with the Jain community to contribute to the understanding of this remarkable faith tradition and civilization.
To me, when we look into Jainism, we create Center for Jain Studies. We need to bring to the world what drives success, what drives a peaceful life, what brings happiness.
The Jain community feels very comfortable with the university. They say university is very much organic part of the community. Even if you're a Jain or a Muslim or whatever, for the local community, they know that they can reach out to the university. That the university has done.
My experience here as a researcher, and also like as a member of the Jain community has completely changed my view of seeing Jainism. Like earlier, I used to see it more as like a ritualistic religion, but here now I can envisage it as more like scientific.
FIU enjoys a close connection to the Jain community, particularly the Jain Education and Research Foundation, JERF.
We want to put the FIU in the world map, saying that this is the first professorship started in FIU, and it created a significant impact in the local community, in Florida itself, and then globally, worldwide.
When non-Jains look at the Jain ideas and come and tell us about it, we learn a little bit more about ourselves. And that's the idea, is that it's not just about sharing, but it's about also us growing with the time, around the values that we value so much.
It is not about the religion. It's not about conversion. I think what we want is just an opportunity to present our age-old pearls and wisdoms of Jainism. Yeah, and I really feel that FIU Jain Studies is the right is the right partner, is the right step for us.
FIU has created new courses that can be taught anywhere in Florida, including the first introduction to Jainism. The university offers certifications and concentrations in Jainism for undergrad, graduate, and beginning this year, a dual religious studies global and socio-cultural studies doctorate.
Even if you don't become a practicing religious person, you should at least understand the values, which is non-violence, tolerance for other, and non-attachment to all the material things, right? The vegetarian lifestyle.
I was just being taught that, okay, you should do this, you should do that. But I never knew like what was the reason behind it, like why we should do it. So I think imparting knowledge and values about the tradition in the right way, and also like through an academic perspective, that's the best that we can do to promote our religion. So I want to serve as a professor and contribute to the society.
Once I found out what Jainism was, I was like super interested in learning about it because I've been vegetarian since I was like 8 years old, and it was a personal decision of mine when I was younger. I mean, ahimsa is the #1 principle in the religion, so I really like respected that and I wanted to learn more.
Each year, the program hosts 2 major lectures that highlight both cutting-edge academic research in the study of Jainism and community activism through the Mahavir Jayanti and Mahavir Nirvan lectures.
The Mahavir Nirvan lectures, they were very helpful because it gave an experience of like communicating, first-hand experience again of engaging with Jain community as well as the Jain scholars from different universities.
Students and professors are encouraged to do research with the Jain Vishva Bharati Institute in India and the International Summer School in Jain Studies. Each year, FIU hosts 2 Jain nuns, Samanis, who teach courses and provide extracurricular opportunities on Jainism, such as Preksha meditation.
So in my class, I find almost 75 to 100 students every year, and I find that all are very receptive by learning all these great principles of Indian culture, Asian culture, and also Jain culture. And they are finding that this is the religion which should be taught in every university.
Along with this growth of FIU's programs was the expansion of our model to many other universities in North America. And not 2 months goes by that I don't read about some other university establishing a postdoc program, a professorship, an assistantship, whatever it is, in Jain studies at their university, bringing people very knowledgeable about Jainism to their universities.
A new Center for Jain Studies at FIU would further introduce Jain ethics and virtues to the world by encouraging interdisciplinary research and connecting scholars, policymakers, and activists worldwide.
If you ask me what I would like for my next 10 years is how we think of a research-driven center. And by research, I mean we would like to research and see more similarities across different religious beliefs, different religious groups, and try to share what we stand for. And one way to share is through publications.
So I think our original goal has been fulfilled. I mean, beyond our wildest dreams, it's been done. So the next thing, as you said, is to make this the biggest Jain center. But why do we make it Jain center? So that we can bring Jainism or Jain values to common Americans and communicate to them in a way that they understand.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoyed that short video that gives you a context of FIU Jain Studies, what we've accomplished and where we're headed. So for the next person, I will be turning it over to Munishri Mahendra Kumarji, who also has a message from His Holiness Acharya Mahashraman. So,
I read.
Yes, please, Muniji, please.
I read the written message of Acharya Mahashraman for this International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy. 11th March 2021, Arham, one of the most significant doctrines of philosophy is the doctrine of soul, Atmavad. The edifice of spiritual practices is mainly based on this doctrine. In Jain philosophy, the soul is accepted as a metaphysical existence which continues to exist forever. Its characteristic attribute is consciousness, Chaitanya. That is to say, that there is no soul without Chaitanya, and there is no Chaitanya without soul. Our life is essentially a union of two different entities, namely soul and body. Both of them intimately and mutually interacting with each other. The soul is an internal entity, whereas the body is a temporal one. The concept of consciousness and soul are fundamentally accepted doctrines of the spiritual world. It would be rather a matter of great interest to know as to what science conceives about soul and consciousness. I came to know that the Second International Conference on Consciousness in Science and Jain Philosophy is being organized by Florida International University, FIU, and Jain Education and Research Foundation, JERF. May this conference offer deep insights and substantial information in the context of consciousness. I hope that both these organizing institutes, namely FIU and JERF, would go on making consistent efforts in providing valuable information to the world on the doctrine of soul, which is a well-known established doctrine in the domain of spiritual philosophy. Well wishes, Acharya Mahashraman.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Manish Shriji, for reading that. We really appreciate that. And thank you so much for being here and for your vision that has helped to guide the conference. Thank you. Next, we will show a short conference introduction by Samaniji Chaitanya Pragya.
Very good morning to one and all present here. And thank you for joining us at the 4-day ICSJP 2021. I extend my warm welcome to all the dignitaries, delegates, renowned scientists, learned scholars, researchers, students, and the community people who are joining from various countries of the globe. I am delighted to announce the second International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy, which is being started from today. In the very beginning of the conference, I express my deep sense of gratitude to the Honorable Mayor of the City of Miami for announcing the very first day of the conference as Ahimsa Day. The whole credit goes to the Honorable President of FIU, Professor Mark B. Rosenberg, and the all administrative and academic staff of FIU for making this great achievement in the honor of Jain community. In my welcome address, I would like to say a few words about the conference, how useful it is for you, and what does the future hold for all of us in the context of the theme of the conference. Today's conference has more than 1,000 participants from across the globe, making it a truly an international conference in spirit. This conference is a sequel of a highly successful physical event in 2016, organized at IIT Mumbai in India. It attracted more than 800 delegates with a galaxy of speakers from the various fields of science, philosophy, religion, humanities, and social sciences. The present conference is a continuum of our earlier efforts. ICSJP 2021 has the proud privilege of being hosted by Florida International University under the patronage of Jain Education Research Foundation and Jain Vishwabharati Institute. Many institutions and organizations have come forward to be its partner. For example, Federation of Jain Associations in North America, Jain Vishwabharati Orlando, Jain Vishwabharati New Jersey, Jain Vishwabharati Houston, and Jain Vishwabharati London, Mohini Jain Presidential Chair in Jain Studies, University of California, Davis, Bardhaman Charitable Foundation, California, Jain Center of South Florida, Miami, Spiritual Technology Research Foundation, Mumbai, Jain Academy of Scholars, Ahmedabad, and World Jain Confederation, Mumbai. We have selected a very pertinent theme, consciousness in modern science and Jain philosophy. The question of consciousness has been examined by philosophers and theologians for millennia, particularly in ancient India. Jainism has a unique perspective on consciousness to offer a broader investigations of the phenomena. This international and interdisciplinary conference brings together philosophers, scholars of religious studies, and scientists to explore the common ground between Jain philosophy and the scientific studies of consciousness. Understanding consciousness can open new avenues of scientific research and philosophical inquiry beyond the mind. It can also help to create a very happy, healthy, harmonious, prosperous, peaceful, and non-violent world order. We have experts from across the field who will be sharing their expertise and research with us for the next 4 days. Due to the changing time caused by the COVID-19, we encourage our participants to stay safe and maintain social distancing, as a result of which this conference will be the first of many conferences in the future that will be conducted remotely through the use of advanced technologies such as augmented reality and virtual reality. It is a matter of great pleasure that Ambassador Taranjit Singh Sandhu from India in USA is there to inaugurate the conference. It is also a matter of great pleasure and honor that the religious leaders of all Jain traditions are blessing this conference and providing their benign presence in it. We have received the blessings of His Holiness Acharya Shri Mahashraman for this inauguration session, and that will be read out by his representative, Professor Muni Mahendra Kumar Ji Swami, who is the eminent scholar, scientist, and at the same time, the great visionary of ICSJP. We have a galaxy of speakers, namely Padma Vibhushan Raghunath Mashalkar, Professor Sheldrick, Rupal, Professor Nepe, and Sri Gulabji Kothari, who will be sharing their outstanding knowledge, experience, and vision to understand consciousness in a proper perspective. The major outcome that we expect from this conference is a national and international framework for amalgamating scientific perspective of consciousness with that of philosophical concepts. We will also be talking about consciousness in other religions and philosophies and how they can be translated into our efforts for a peaceful human society with a spiritual upliftment. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the delegates across the globe, selfless efforts of all members of organizing team, all the administrative people and academicians of FIU, and the office bearers of Jain Education Research Foundation. I would conclude my speech by encouraging the delegates to participate with an increasing number in all the activities and discussions through the digital platform for the next 4 days. I wish everyone a successful, safe, and fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Samaniji. We really appreciate your kind words and the thanks to the community. The next person we want to introduce probably needs really no introduction, and is a great friend of FIU and a leader in the Jain community. Professor Deepak Jain is a globally recognized marketing and innovation expert whose insights have inspired a generation of business leaders to pursue success with significance. For almost 4 decades, he has a fruitful career as an educator, senior business school administrator, and consultant to corporations and governments. He's been at the helm of top European and American business schools and is currently the president, the European president of China's leading international business school. Professor Deepak Jain is the founding chairman of the Jain Education and Research Foundation, which has a long partnership with FIU. And we welcome Professor Jain.
Thank you, Dr. Iqbal. And let me offer my formal welcome to all the participants, all the speakers, and all the people who put their best effort in making this second, what I would call ICS JP conference. And I feel very fortunate to be a part of it. Let me offer my respect to Professor Mark Rosenberg. And at that time, it was Dean Ken Fulton, now the provost of FIU, along with Dean John Stack and Eric Larson, who helped us plant the seed pertaining to Jain studies and research at FIU. In my mind, FIU is a place of, or I would call a pilgrimage of intellectual thoughts, a place where we all meet to share views on how we bring global peace and harmony. This conference deals with a very unique aspect on what I call human consciousness. And I thought I will share with you what I consider, in my view, I would call it the new diet of human consciousness. Let me tell you what I mean by the word diet of human consciousness. The first letter D to me is what I call digital thinking. Today we are in an era of digital transformation, And this digital transformation has allowed us to connect more than 7 billion people on this planet. And today, there is a sense of connectivity where we can reach out to people in lightning speed. The second part is I, and I stands for innovative mindset. When we think of human consciousness, to me, that is where creativity starts. Innovative mindset means we think creatively or what we can do different or differently in terms of bringing leaders who are driven by the word that has been used since morning today, the word called soul, spirit, and that requires something beyond the current state of knowledge. Then comes the word E, and E is entrepreneurial spirit. One thing that I'm very passionate about today is what I consider to be spiritual entrepreneurship. We are all entrepreneurs. Researchers can be academic entrepreneurs. But when we started the FIU program, and it was started with Samni Charitra Pragyaji, today under the leadership of Samni Chaitanya Pragyaji, my whole vision at that time, along with my colleagues who have helped support, who have provided support for this initiative, was how we create a center on spiritual entrepreneurship. And the last part is T, that stands for talent. We belong to universities, and in universities, we are focused on creating human talent. And as I always say, the role of a teacher is not just to teach, but to create an interest in the topic. Today, we all talk about creating bodies of knowledge, but to me, we need to go beyond knowledge. And I always say, Kathy, next line, that knowledge comes from analysis, wisdom comes from synthesis. I had the fortune of having a direct one-on-one conversation with Acharya Mahapragyaji, and he has given me a responsibility to think of creating what he called the wisdom world. To me, wisdom comes from connecting the dots, and we have been talking to FIU that how we would create a center on Jain studies to create more research, and the center would be the knowledge, and the center would be emphasizing the journey from knowledge to wisdom. So just to conclude, it was 1893, September 11th, when a Jain scholar called Veerchand Raghavji Gandhi came to Chicago and addressed the Parliament of World Religions. 108 years later, on the same day, September 11, 2001, first time in the history of US, a person called Deepak Jain had the chance to welcome, as the Dean of Kellogg School, a batch of 600 MBA students. I thought 108 being a very auspicious number in Jain studies, it's my duty now to bring the Jain values, the Jain principles to the business world in how we can become better leaders, better human beings. I didn't know that as I started my presentation, the world would see a new era, and that was 9/11, when the first tower was hit by, or what you called, a level of terrorist attack. Anyway, we survived that, but my only point is, with all my friends at FIU and the entire world Jain community, what we have done is the beginning. There is a great road ahead of us, and we all should work together to bring the best of Jainism, the Jain studies, and make people more aware of human consciousness, human soul, and we all can make this world a better and a safer place to live. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jain. It's an honor to have you join us and to hear your vision, and hopefully we'll be very successful in achieving that in the vision of the Acharyas and the Munis that are here today. Our next presenter will be again by video, and that will be the ambassador, the Indian ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Taranjit Singh Sandhu, who is currently the ambassador of India to the United States, and he has been there since 2017. Prior to his assignment in Washington, D.C., he was also the High Commissioner of India to Sri Lanka from 2017 to 2020. He was the Consul General of India in Frankfurt from September 2011 to 2013. He's worked in various different capacities, as well as working as a Joint Secretary in the United Nations. And he has had a distinguished career spanning over 30 years in the Indian Foreign Service since 1988, where he began his diplomatic career in the former Soviet Union, Russia, where he worked as the third secretary and the second secretary in the Indian mission from 1990 to 1992. Following the breakup of the Soviet Union, he was sent to open India's brand new embassy in the Ukraine. He served as head of the political and administrative wings in the Indian embassy in Kiev from 1992 to 1994. He is from a family of educationalists. He studied at St. Lawrence School, Sunawar, and graduated with honors in history from St. Stephen's College in Delhi. He pursued a master's degree in international relations from JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, and presented his credentials to President Trump in 2020. So we're honored to have the ambassador allow us to connect with the Indian community and the Indian nation through his address.
President Mark Rosenberg, Professor Neptune Srimal, religious leader, faculty members, and dear students. I'm happy to speak to you at the second International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy, organized by Florida International University and Jain Education and Research Foundation, Miami. I thank FIU leadership for their gracious invitation. I share with you greetings from 1.3 billion people of India. India, world's largest democracy with its rich pluralistic traditions, has created a sense of awe and has been a source of inspiration for people all over the world for centuries. It is not just coexistence of various religions that has made India special. It is beyond. Religions were born in India. Religions came from outside, made India their home, and they thrived. Above all, religious harmony and tolerance became an important aspect of India's existence as a nation. It has also added to India's rich socio-cultural heritage. It may be difficult to find a parallel to this anywhere in human history. Friends, as you all know, 4 major religions of the world originated in India: Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism. Christianity was introduced to India by one of the apostles of Jesus Christ, Saint Thomas, who traveled to Kerala as early as 52nd AD. Please also do not forget that India is also the country with the largest Muslim population outside Muslim majority countries. The Jews in India never ever faced persecution, and they trace their origin to their ancestors who arrived in India during the Kingdom of Judah. India also has people practicing Parsi and Baha'i faiths. We are proud of our rich heritage, we cherish it and continue to nourish it. If you were to ask me how this happened and why this happened, my answer will be simple. This is because India essentially sees this world as one family. Vasudeva Kutumbakam. We are all part of one family. What others may perceive as differences from outside, be it in form of religion, language, color, socioeconomic status, gender, etc., do not make human beings different. The sense of belonging that we feel for each other is real and significant. The most recent example of this philosophy in practice you will find in our vaccine diplomacy. Under Vaccine Maitri initiative, India has so far supplied around 60 million vaccine doses to 72 countries all over the world, covering not just our neighborhood, but beyond Asia, Indo-Pacific, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean and Africa. And these numbers are growing every day. Despite our huge domestic requirements, we have always believed in sharing our resources, skills, and expertise with the world. For us, national interest is not just about pursuit of narrow self-interest. It is much broader. We want to take everyone along the region and the world in our journey ahead. Coming to the Jain philosophy, the vows of ahimsa, non-violence, and satya, truth, are also relevant in today's world. You would remember that Father of India, Mahatma Gandhi, firmly believed in the strength of these two as his most powerful weapons. If only we all followed his footsteps and practiced in all earnest truth and non-violence, the world would be so much a better place to live in. It was Lord Mahavira who said, "Kill not, cause no pain. Non-violence is the greatest religion." As diplomats, we are in constant pursuit of global peace and stability. This can be achieved when violence and terror end. And this can happen only when people find peace within. Peace can be achieved in the world outside only when we all find peace within ourselves and peace with other fellow human beings. Friends, Swami Vivekananda once said, the Buddhists or the Jains do not depend upon God. The whole force of their religion is directed to the great central truth in every religion to evolve a God out of man. When we give food to the hungry, when we sponsor a child's education, when we take steps to empower the vulnerable, when we self-consciously reduce the use of plastic, when we respect and take care of our elders, you can add many more things to this list. I am sure we not only make the difference, we are the difference. We need to evolve from animals as better human beings. In today's world, we continue to see rapid strides in science and technology. In the higher realms of understanding, science and spiritual coverage rather than diverge. The Jain practices of vegetarianism and having food before sunset, etc., are also now broadly accepted as healthy habits for general well-being. Jain philosophy also has a lot to offer for environment sustainability. As Mahavira said, the most important principle of environment is that you are not the only element. The youth of today have every reason to be excited about Jain studies and Jain philosophy. They are not to be treated as subjects of yesteryears, but subjects of the future. I come from a country where as early as 5th century AD, medicine and mathematics were, along with religion and philosophy, taught in universities. Holistic approach to life and multidisciplinary approach to education need to reinforce each other to make human better and more meaningful, and to be able to appreciate the intricate truths of life itself. Friends, Before I conclude, I would like to mention that there are 5 baskets of priority focus areas for India-US relations: healthcare, IT, energy, education, and strategic and defense. Of these, education and knowledge partnership hold great promise. India's national education policy also provides new opportunities for international knowledge tie-ups. In this regard, I'm delighted to see the partnerships between FIU and the institutes and universities in India. I look forward to seeing more campus-to-campus tie-ups. We at the embassy would be happy to offer all assistance. Learn, live, and flourish. Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste, Ambassador. The last person that we want to allowed to talk for the salutatory address before we move over to the keynote address would be Professor Neptune Srimal, who is standing in for Professor Pratap Sancheti. Professor Srimal is the teaching professor of Earth and Environment at Florida International University. His work focuses on Himalayan geology and is interested in the evolution of mountain belts. Most of his research focuses around the Himalayas and integrate extensive fieldwork with structural, petrological, and isotopic studies to unravel problems related to correlation, rifting, collision, deformation, metamorphism within the mountain belts. He's currently working on 2 extremities in Himalaya, Ladakh, Karakoram region in Northwest Himalayas, and the Eastern Himalayan syntaxis in Northeastern Himalaya. He's also one of the main members of JERF and is one of the founders of the Jain Studies program here at FIU. Professor Srimal.
Thank you, Iqbal. Thank you very much. As he said, my name is Neptune Srimal, and I'm a faculty in the Department of Earth and Environment in the Florida International University, and have been associated with the Jain Studies program and founding of Jain Education Research Foundation from the very beginning. We are really missing Dr. Sancheti today, who could not be here, but this whole conference bears fruit to his tireless hard work for the last 6 months. So we wish him speedy recovery and all the best. So His Excellency Sri Sandhu, Professor Mashelkar, President Rosenberg, assembled scholars and delegates, and my dear friends here. On behalf of the Jain Education Research Foundation and the organizing committee of ICSJP and the sponsoring organizations, I thank all the delegates from all over the world who have registered in a large number and are active partners in this event. The Jain Education Research Foundation and the entire team of the organizing committee expresses a heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, His Excellency Sri Taranjit Singh Sandhu, the Ambassador of India to USA. Today we had the opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this is definitely encouraging us in our future efforts. With your help, we look forward to strengthening the cultural bond between USA and India. We are honored to have Padma Bhushan Dr. Raghunath Anand Mashelkar, we know him as Dr. Ramesh Mashelkar, amongst us. Not only he is the recipient of one of the India's highest civilian honor from the President of India, but he also is the recipient of Star of Asia Award from President George Bush Sr. We look forward to imbibing some of his, quote, dangerous optimism, unquote, through his keynote address in the next session. We are grateful to His Holiness Acharya Mahasramanji for blessing us and guiding the discussion related to the soul and consciousness. We also express our regards and reverence to Munishri Mahendra Kumarji, who had been the guiding force in both ICSJP 2016 and in the present conference. We also remember and thank Samani Charitra Pragya, who was the founder of the Jain Education Research Foundation here in Miami. And we thank Samani Ji Chaitanya Pragya, who's been moving spirit behind today's conference. Our thanks to President Mark B. Rosenberg, President of Florida International University, for his address to this conference, It is only through the sustained and generous support from him and the Jain Studies program was established and has been able to flourish at FIU. President Rosenberg, along with Provost Ken Farton, were the main supporters of this program, and well supported by Professor Eric Larson, who's the chair of the Department of Religious Studies, and assisted by Professor Nathan Katz, who started this program here in Miami, which has now flourished under their care. We also thank the mayor of Miami-Dade County. He's one of the largest cities in the USA, Mayor Daniel Levin Kava, for proclaiming that as the Jain Dharma Day today. This is the first time I think some such proclamation is done in any major cities of US, and we are really thankful to her. And it shows how welcoming and accommodative Miami-Dade and South Florida is to different cultures from all over the world. We thank the founding dean, John F. Stack, who's been a dedicated supporter and a pillar of strength supporting the Jain Studies program at FIU. We are really moved that he opened the conference with his welcoming address, despite not keeping too well personally. And along with his enthusiasm that's also propelling us forward and creating visions for a Jain Center in the Florida International University. I also take this opportunity to make a happy announcement. A new Jain chair, Acharya Mahapragya Jain Study Chair, is being established at the Ghent University at Belgium with the generous support of Mr. Surendra Patwari of Belgium and of Dr. Jaswant Modi, who's the director of the Jain Education and Research Foundation. We are looking forward to great work and cooperation from this chair in Belgium. We thank the co-sponsors and knowledge partners of today's conference, and this conference was possible and was helped to a great extent by their generous support. And these are the Federation of Jain Associations of North America, whom we know as JAINA, the Mohini Jain Presidential Chair, University of California, Davis. Mohini Jain is also one of our director, and she was instrumental in establishing this Jain chair in the University of Davis. Jain Vishwavardi Centers of Orlando, New Jersey, Houston, and London, the Vardhaman Charitable Foundation, and the Jain Center of South Florida, who have been working in cooperation with JERF and with FIU throughout all these years. We also thank the knowledge partners for today's conference, which are the Spiritual Technology Research Foundation, the World Jain Confederation, and the Jain Academy of Scholars. Lastly, I thank all the speakers who have attended and will be attending all these conferences, all the sessions in the coming days. This type of event cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate to be supported by a team of very active and dedicated team from the Florida International University, as well as the members of Jain Education Research Foundation. The teams are very expert. They know what to do. And even though they are small in number, you can see from the size of this conference and the way it's been conducted that they have been true professionals, true dedicated professionals in their field. So I thank them very much, especially Professor Iqbal. So I also want to thank all the contributors to this conference and will be benefiting from the wisdom they'll be imparting in the coming days. And we also thank all the people who have been working behind the scene, whom we are not mentioning today, but you please know that we are thanking you from the depth of our hearts, and that is much more important and much more precious than the mere words that we can utter here. So thank you very much, and let's move forward to the next session, and we'll be looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Professor Srimal. We really appreciate it. So without further ado, we are very excited and very honored to have Padma Vibhushan Malshekar here with us. And to introduce him will be Professor Jainendra Navlakha, who received his PhD in computer science in 1978 He's a professor of computer science at Florida International University here in Miami, and he was instrumental in creating the first Jain professorship in the Bhagwan Mahavir professor more than a decade ago here in the Department of Religious Studies at FIU. And he's a longtime board member of the Jain Education and Research Foundation. So we will now turn it over to Professor Navlaka, who will introduce our keynote speaker for today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akhtar. Jai Jinendra to all participants. Vandami, I have been given the easiest task in the conference to introduce the keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Mashelkar. Dr. Mashelkar is a chemical engineer, and he is a former director of CSIR, the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. Dr. Mashelkar was the past president of Indian National Science Academy, president of the Institution of Chemical Engineers, as also the president of Global Research Alliance. By the way, all the members of the Indian delegation here probably know about Dr. Mashelkar, but I'm pretty sure that the foreign delegates do not necessarily know him. And so I think this introduction is important. In recognition of his pioneering research contribution in polymer science and engineering, Dr. Mashelkar has received many, many international and national accolades. Some of the international accolades include the Fellow of the World Academy of Sciences, the Fellow of the Royal Society, the Foreign Associate of the National Academy of Science in USA, Foreign Associate of the National Academy of Engineering in USA, a Fellow of the US National Academy of Inventors, a Fellow of the Royal Society of Chemistry in Cambridge, UK, and many, many more. Nationally, he is recognized and was elected as the Fellow of the Indian National Science Academy, Fellow of the Indian Academy of Sciences, Fellow of the Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, and so on. I was really impressed when I read more about Dr. Mashelkar's real solid contribution. And when he was at CSIR, he led a group of people and he successfully fought the battle of revocation of the US patent on wound healing properties of turmeric. The revocation claimed that this was India's traditional knowledge and therefore not a novel idea and therefore should not be granted a patent. However, Dr. Mashelkar successfully fought that battle, and I believe we still have that US patent. There are many, many such stories about him. I can go on and on forever, but you get the idea. Dr. Mashelkar is a unique individual, unparalleled in his field and unparalleled in the achievements that he has notched for himself and for India in the world. So it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Padma Vibhushan Dr. Mashelkar, who is the recipient of the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd highest civilian awards in India, namely, respectively, Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan. Dr. Mashelkar, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. His Excellency Ambassador Sri Sandhuji, Professor Rosenberg, Dr. Deepak Jain, Jitendra ji, distinguished participants in this unique conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a special privilege and an honor to be here amongst you, although virtually. I wish to profusely thank Professor Rosenberg by doing me the honor with his most gracious invitation. And also to my very dear friend, my younger brother Deepak Jain, for facilitating my presence in this prestigious event. I wish I was physically there in Florida this morning, but we have to live with this new normal of a virtual meet. So I give my warm greetings to you from Pune, that is from a distance of around 14,000 kilometers. Florida has been, my dream city, so as to say. It has been a melting pot of various cultures: African, European, indigenous, Latino, and Asian. From the architecture to the cuisine, it is clear to see that Florida is a center for pluralism, multiculturalism, tolerance, and mutual respect. In terms of higher education, 4 Florida universities are among the top 10 largest universities by enrollment in the United States. And in 2020, I understand FIU, the Florida International University, was ranked 4th among them. It's a matter of great pride. Just think about it. From one single building on an abandoned airfield, FIU has grown to be one of the largest universities in the country. People from all 50 American states and 142 countries, including India, China, Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, many others, call FIU home. So my warmest congratulations to FIU and its people for building not only a center of excellence, but also such an amazing hub for inclusive education. I'm proud to participate in this second International Conference on Science and Jain Philosophy. The theme of consciousness in modern science and Jain philosophy is most relevant in today's world that is just trying to recover from the pandemic. But I feel we have an opportunity to not just recover, but reimagine, reinvent an altogether new world. If we understand the deeper meaning of science, spirituality, consciousness, and Jain philosophy. Let me begin by expressing my own thoughts on science and spirituality. I'm a scientist. All my life, I've spent in exploring the frontiers of science, natural science, experiencing the beauty of science. But I also proudly witnessed the power of science in saving humanity during this unfortunate pandemic that caused global devastation that we have seen. Pandemic is indeed humbling, but an acute reminder that science is our only defense from the predations of nature. Can one connect science, spirituality, and pandemic? As I show later, yes, we can. But let me begin by expressing some of my own thoughts on this fundamental connect between science and spirituality, to which His Excellency Sandhuji referred to. When the famous Time magazine chose the person of the 20th century, it was Albert Einstein, perhaps one of the greatest scientists ever. And he had the following to say: everyone who is seriously involved in the pursuit of science becomes convinced that a spirit is manifest in the laws of universe, a spirit vastly superior to that of man, and on the face of which we, with our modest powers, must feel humble. But Einstein himself revered Mahatma Gandhi. And he had said about Mahatma Gandhi, generations to come will scarce believe that such a one as this ever-inflation blood walked upon this earth. And Mahatma Gandhi himself had said, if both science and spirituality go hand in hand, then one can create heaven on the holy earth. So both Einstein and Mahatma Gandhi believed that science and spirituality must go together. So what is science? What is spirituality? Science, and I'm a scientist, it comprises systematic study, inquiry, knowledge of the world, which is gained through observation and experimentation. Therefore, concepts, theories, and principles given by science are universally acceptable. Through scientific researches and experiments, scientists have gained such a mastery over nature that they are able to put satellites in Earth's orbit, send unmanned as well as manned spacecrafts to Moon and Mars, generate nuclear power, and do many more such things that we have seen the vaccines saving the humanity. What is spirituality? Let us look at the meaning of the word spirit first. The Latin spiritus means breath, which is also true for the related Latin word anima, the Greek psyche, and the Sanskrit atman. The common meaning of spirit is that it is the breath of life. Breath of life. Breath nourishes us and keeps us alive. Spiritual experience is an experience of the aliveness of mind and body as a unity. This experience of unity transcends not only the separation of mind and body, but also the separation of the self and the world. Spirituality deals with the nature of soul, a soul that is absolute and the ultimate truth. Spirituality to me is an inner journey to discover inner peace and is all about expanding our capability to live, to love, and to learn. We have to realize that knowledge of the inner world and spiritual constitution of man will give him more mastery over his own life. Spirituality helps man to discover inner strength and vitality to face his own challenges in life. Many people think that science and spirituality are antagonistic, but that is not true. On the contrary, they are complementary, cooperative, concomitant, collateral, and cooperative. Both provide important pieces to form the jigsaw puzzle called life. The scientists take the outer world as their field of investigation, and the spiritual seekers take their own inner world of experiences as the field of their search for truth. Science seeks to understand what is the world, while spirituality seeks to discover who or what is man. It is evident that this notion of spirituality is very consistent with the notion of embodied mind that is now being developed in cognitive science. Much of it will be discussed, I presume, in this wonderful meeting. I'm sure that all of you here are well acquainted with these lines of thinking. After all, this great conference seeks to connect philosophers, connect scholars of religious studies, connect scientists to explore common ground between Jain philosophy and the scientific study of consciousness. In fact, FIU has a long and vibrant history of engagement with the Jain community in India and abroad, as well as deep appreciation of Jain principles. I was very impressed to learn that for over a decade, FIU's Jain Studies program has served as a bridge between the Western world and the Jain techniques. Students learn to apply the principles of Jainism, non-violence, service, respect for all forms of life to issues that challenge the modern world. And has there been a time when these issues have been more relevant than now? As we battle not just the COVID crisis, but also climate change that batter our communities, our economies. Accelerated digital transformations that challenge our very definition of being human. Worsening income and social inequalities that deepen the charm between the haves and the have-not. The distance between the two is increasing. The social, the economical, and the ethical dilemmas of 2021 and beyond are truly complex. I believe dialogues like the one we are having today are the key to solving these tough problems and together. And that is one of the reasons we are all gathered here today. At FIU President Dr. Rosenberg's installation speech, he had said, we are here today because we care. I think that this sentiment could not be more true for today. We are here today because we care for our people, for our planet, and for our future. Ladies and gentlemen, in all humility, I must admit that I'm only a humble student of the complex subject of the connect between religion, science, and spirituality. But I respect Jainism as being both a religion and a way of life, with emphasis on ethical way of life and ethical mode of thinking. Jains make up less than 1% of India's population. However, the community has had an outsized impact, not only in India, but on the world. In fact, it was the spiritual guidance of his friend, Srimad Rajachandra, a Jain poet, philosopher, and a scholar, that Mahatma Gandhi developed his deep faith in the power of non-violence. And as of course we all know, Mahatma's faith changed the very course of world history. Jains also have a distinctive attitude to science and knowledge. Based on my limited understanding, my key takeaway from Jain thought on science is that science is a means to an end and not an end in itself. To me personally, the most inspiring and actionable are the three core tenets of Jainism. What are these? Ahimsa, or non-violence, is compassion and forgiveness in thoughts, in words, and in deeds towards all living beings. Second, Anikantavad, or non-absolutism, refers to dialogue and harmony with others. Third, aparigraha, or non-possessiveness, is the balancing of needs and desires and detachment from material possessions. If we give it some thought, it is easy to realize that many global problems that we have today can be solved simply with these three A's alone. It's a simple mantra that can have an exponential impact on the world. So in the next few minutes, I'll take you through, as I understand some of these principles and the impact they could have. Of course, this is from my personal lens, as I said, to my limited understanding. Let me talk about ahimsa first, especially the aspect of compassion towards all living beings. And the story that I'm going to leave, I like to speak from the book of my life, not these books that you see here that I read. And the story that I'll narrate is all about a personal experience, how such a compassion inspired me to take an action that changed the entire issue of intellectual property production systems of traditional knowledge globally. And this was referred to by Jitendra Jai, but he probably would not know that this little incident that happened actually was responsible for this massive change. So let me take you through this. The year was 1993. I was the director of National Chemical Laboratory. I, along with my wife, mother, and son, were sitting on the terrace of our house in Pune in the evening of a hot summer. Suddenly, a bird came from nowhere and fell in front of us. Its wing was broken. And I remember my mother ran downstairs and bought some turmeric powder, made it into a paste, and applied to the bird. She never thought for a moment as to whether the treatment of wound healing by application of turmeric, which works well with human beings, will work with a bird. Just think about it. I suppose the strong belief and faith in treating the entire human and animal kingdom that is deep-rooted in Jainism was deep-rooted in the mind of my mother too. Anyhow, the poor bird died within 2 hours or so. All of us had fallen in love with the bird in the meantime. We all cried and gave the bird a grand burial in our garden with tearful eyes. That incident in 1993 remained etched in my memory forever. Soon after 1995, I moved to Delhi as Director General of Council of Scientific Industrial Research. As you know, it's a chain of 40 laboratories with 20,000 scientists, one of the biggest industrial R&D center. I was lucky to serve it for 11.5 years. The memories of that evening in Pune came back to me in 1997 when I was reading a newspaper report in Times of India, written by one young man, N. Suresh. And the news that I read shocked me. It was that the US Patent Office had granted a patent, and I'll tell you the number, US Patent number 54015041, on the wound healing properties of turmeric. I was surprised. A patent is granted only when the conditions of novelty, non-obviousness, and usefulness are fulfilled. Whatever is available in the public domain as prior art cannot fulfill the first two criteria, like it was known to my mother, my mother's mother, her mother, and so on. So this I read in the morning, and in the evening on the same day, I was delivering the Hussain Zahir Memorial Lecture in National Physical Laboratory. At the end of the lecture, I publicly declared that CSIR was going to challenge this wrong pattern. You know, there is an interesting challenge, by the way. I was Director General of CSIR, one of the senior scientists, but I also Secretary to Government of India. The first gave me all the freedom in the world. The second took away all that freedom because I could not do it without government permissions. But somehow or other, I always think from here, not from here. So I just announced it. And the government, of course, stood behind me. And what happened was, of course, in 14 months, we won that battle. That patent was disallowed. Looks like a small incident, but many times these small incidents have a big impact. As luck would have it, I became the chairman of Standing Committee on Information Technology in World Intellectual Property Organization, and the very next year. And I appealed to the 176 nations. I said, look, this is traditional knowledge. The knowledge that is generated in Harvard, Caltech, Princeton, MIT, Cambridge, Delhi University, etc., is knowledge, and knowledge generated by my predecessors by in the labs of their life is not knowledge. And I appealed to the 176 nation. There was a big dialogue, and finally, there was an international pattern classification committee was formed with China, with Japan, with India, with Europe and US, and the entire system was changed to accept traditional knowledge as a knowledge. And that had a huge implication, because what happened, the Indian government created a 30 million page traditional knowledge digital library where all that knowledge was sort of incapacitated. It has become now mandatory for the patent offices to refer to it before a patent is given, so that they can understand whether it is in prior art or not. In fact, there was an agreement between India and the US Patent Office that was signed before President Obama and Dr. Manmohan Singh, our former Prime Minister, met a few years ago. So what has now happened is that there is no biopiracy now. I mean, there is no issue of giving a wrong patent, and the entire system has actually changed, and traditional knowledge has been given the right place. But just think about it. Just think about it. The reason it happened, well, it touched my mind when I asked my mother. I said, look, you applied haldi to that bird. Didn't you think whether it will work or not? She said, no, to me, all living beings are the same. That's what Jainism teaches us. And I want to narrate these two incidents from my personal book of life, I thought. I must also say that, for an average person, participation in violence is often an aversive and psychological distressing experience. In fact, interviews with soldiers after World War II revealed that they often didn't fire their guns in battle, even when faced with enemy fire. Most surprisingly, many of them deliberately fired above the heads of the enemies. So why do people engage in violence? We are talking about the first principle, ahimsa. And why does violence beget even more violence? A study that delves into why ordinary people engage in collective violence, harming others on behalf of their group, was led by Princeton researchers in 2015. I quote from this study: violent groups can promote violent behavior among members by increasing members' motivation to engage in violence, particularly through group identification and deliberate strategies, and by removing psychological obstacles to violence, that is, by making violence less aversive. Research also suggests that engaging in violent behavior makes people more, not less, likely to engage in violence in the future. In contrast, that is where Jainism is great. Jainism teaches us to strive to cause minimal impact on any and every life, no matter how microscopic it is. Jainism promotes peace that is mutually beneficial, cooperative, harmonious, and cultivates a sense of justice among all parties. It involves practicing compassion and empathy, tolerance and acceptance, much needed in today's times. Isn't it surprising how one's identity can both cause and stop one from causing violence? In a world that is increasingly divided politically, ideologically, the Jain principle of do no harm is not just relevant, but is the most wanted, most urgent message to my mind. Peace is, of course, multifaceted. Peace within oneself, intrapersonal peace, peace within individuals, interpersonal peace, peace within groups, intergroup peace, and peace within countries, societies, and cultures. International peace is most important. We can all be inspired to move through the world in a more gentle way. And I'm particularly concerned by the fact that during pandemic, within 100 days, 100 million families moved from poverty to extreme poverty. Inequalities were reducing, and suddenly within 100 days, years of work has gone astray. And it is called social disharmony. Social disharmony caused loss of peace. And therefore, there are even greater challenges. And therefore, the message of Jainism today is even more important than it was before pre-pandemic. Let me move on to the second one, the Anekanta one. That principle explains that any argument has many sides, and there is not always one right answer. It promotes equality, respect for all diverse views, ideologies, and opinions. Jains have long advocated transforming arguments into discussions for greater benefit for all. Indeed, science is no exception to it. As a scientist, I can say that. In the last few decades, scientists have truly learned the importance of having free and open knowledge that promotes discussion, that promotes debate, and that promotes academic rigor. The open source science or open science movement states that science must be done in an open and reproducible fashion where all components of research are open. At the core, this includes open access, open data, open source, open standards that offer unfettered dissemination of scientific discourse. Just think about it. Parachute works only when it is open. Mind is also like that. It works only when it is open. It is this openness that this second principle is talking about. So these things enable reproducible science by giving full access to the major components of scientific research, which no doubt promote anekantavad in science. Anekantavad in science. Isn't that beautiful? There are a number of additional components that are being explored too, such as open peer review, where the reviewers of specific publications post reviews openly. Let me, as you can see, I'm looking at Jainism and the science, as a scientist, what I can sort of learn from that. Let me move on to the next one, the last one, the aparigraha, is about non-possessiveness, or dare I say, non-greed. It teaches us to take only what we need, keep only what serves us in the moment, and to let go when the time is right. While this applies to both material and non-material things, let us discuss material goods first, especially in the context of climate change. Floridians are experiencing increased flooding due to sea level rise. There are concerns about more frequent or more intense hurricanes. Native Floridian flora, fauna, and habitat are being devastated. From the Everglades in South Florida to the Arctic Ocean at the North Pole, FIU researchers are working day and night to make a real difference. But can we, as individuals, do our bit and practice aparigraha? That is the big question. From buying over 100 kilos of plastic, and a reference was made to that a little earlier by His Excellency, to dozens of items of clothing every year, to numbers of consumption are mind-boggling. Mahatma Gandhi had said, the world has enough for everyone's needs, but not for everyone's greed. And this is where I had proposed Gandhian engineering in 2008, that was putting Gandhiji's two tenets together. The benefits of science must reach all, and there is enough for everyone's greed, but need, but not for everyone's greed. That became, doing more from less for more and more people in the world, MLM. And I remember the Harvard Business Review paper that C.K. Prahlad and I wrote on getting more from less for more as a new paradigm in Gandhian engineering has spread like sort of wildfire. And this paper has been now ranked among the top 10 must read papers. But it is all an expression of aparigraha, to be honest. I'm connecting everything with everything, as you can quite clearly see. It's been so thrilling. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you, talk to you about the role of science and spirituality finally in the current coronavirus pandemic, a pandemic that has caused a devastation through both loss of lives as well as livelihoods, sparing no nation, sparing no society. What does the virus do? At an individual person's level, it causes damage to body, causes damage to mind, causes damage to soul. I'll show as to how science and spirituality together can heal body, can heal mind, as well as heal soul. The healing of body is delivered through science, that you know. It was science that provided diagnostic testing kits to detect the disease in the first place. Drugs and therapeutics to cure the disease in the second place. To have vaccines to prevent the disease in the third place. Then we had masks to protect the ingress of virus into the human body. And this was coupled with social behavioral changes like self-isolation, social distancing, etc. So along with body, the second healing required is that of mind. The virus made the need for positive psychological response that will reduce stress, that will reduce trauma, and the need of the hour. Many turn to meditation. Meditation is being alone in silence with yourself and letting your awareness go to the place where peace and joy are eternal. Meditation is good for anti-stress. Anti-stress in turn helps create a strong immune response. This in turn helps fight COVID-19 better. In fact, research has shown that there is a significant improvement in immune functions in response to spiritual care practices, by the way. I'm talking about science. It is not a perception. Along with body and mind, there is damage to the soul as millions of people experience a sick soul. Why does that happen? In a time of crisis like we had in pandemic or we are having, there is this impulse to go into emergency mode, fear, concern, and panic. Giving to those impulses results in soul sickness. Damage to soul results in weariness of heart, existential dread, sinking feeling that nothing really matters. One can achieve healing of the soul in many ways. Having a sense of meaning, having a sense of purpose, loving, being loved, something that Jainism promotes and champions. Tapping into inner peace and joy, being service to others, bringing comfort to someone feeling lonely and anxious. Spirituality can play a big role during coronavirus pandemic because it promotes coping strategies for stress, promotes recovery, promotes resilience, prevents burnout. It can be a life-enhancing factor and a coping resource which allows patients to deal with adversity in a better way. It may also increase their hopes for the future. Spiritual care can form a part of the holistic approach to deal with the body, mind, spirit aspect of the population affected by coronavirus pandemic. Finally, the big picture. Spiritual values are creative and constructive mechanism working to stabilize the society, working to prevent its destruction. Compassion, kindness, sympathy, and caring care are some of those spiritual values that drive humanity in its basic form. COVID-19 has aroused the spirit of unity and interconnectedness. Despite this diversity, by the way, in the health systems of several countries, leading to global cooperation, like it happened in the case of vaccines, collective decisions, actions at national, state, provincial, and local levels. COVID-19 has removed barriers of us and them, here and there, and has stirred the feeling of belonging among all of us. It has demonstrated that it sees our globe as one single interdependent community, like we say in India, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We have realized that COVID-19 is the problem of all and not some. However, it faces huge counteracting forces that push in a non-spiritual direction too. For example, stigmatization, blaming, scapegoating, capitalized on by populist politicians, and also sometimes like in geopolitics. Society must avoid such damaging non-spiritual acts at all costs. COVID-19 reminds us we are, deep down, spiritual beings. Whether we realize it or not, and makes us recognize that the problem of coronavirus is a challenge that requires a component of compassion to elevate suffering and a greater responsibility to exercise our faith to witness divine intervention. In a way, COVID-19 is also a battle for our souls. I would say a spiritual battle for the 21st century. It is a battle we have to win. I'm a hardened believer in the human spirit. I was introduced as a dangerous optimist. Yes, I'm a dangerous optimist, an audacious optimist. I'm sure we'll bounce back. Again, while ending, my heartfelt thanks to Professor Rosenberg and my very, very dear brother Deepak Jain, to all of you, the organizers, for deeming it or considering me worthy of speaking to this erudite gathering today. I accept this honor most humbly. My deepest thanks to all the attendees. I wish you all the best of health, best of happiness, best of tranquility, and most importantly, peace, both in the outer world and equally importantly, in our inner world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Mashilkar Saab, I don't know where to begin, but just not to take too much time, it was January of this year. I had the pleasure of sitting next to him 40 years ago, when we were doing our master's degree. I heard the name Dr. Mashilkar as a scientist. I never knew a day would come when that boy would get a chance to sit next to him I had the pleasure of bowing my head, and he put his blessings, and I had the pleasure of getting and touching his feet. So Mashalkar Sahab, aapne mera sapna pura kiya, and also by agreeing to bless us with such beautiful combination of three words: science, spirituality, and soul. To me, it was a symphony where you brought three things together to create global peace and harmony. So we all, on behalf of FIU, JERF, and this conference attendees, offer our sincere thanks and gratitude. And we look forward to many more years of wisdom and your sharing of thoughts so that we can take Jain Studies program to a newer and a greater level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jain. Thank you so much, Padma Vibhushan Malshekar. Thank you for the really wonderful and inspiring talk, and to know and understand the great contributions that you've made to securing the heritage of India. I think Professor Navlakha would like to say a few words before we move to the next section. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Akhtar. Wow, what a thought-provoking lecture. Dr. Mashalkar, your words will guide our future. I am positive that you have charted a very good course for us to follow in the future. Everybody knows about this conference, so I won't go into the details. But my last word would be, hopefully you will find yourself more conscious, more Chetan after the conference is finished. I urge you to remember and think of the international conference organizers, Florida International University, and Jain Education and Research Foundation, and in particular, Shamni Chaitanya Pragyaji, also Charitra Pragyaji, for giving us this opportunity to learn and adopt consciousness in our futures. Thank you all for attending, and hopefully you will feel better after the conference, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Padma Bhushan Malshekar. It's an honor and a pleasure. Thank you for coming. And so we will take a 5-minute break before we move on to the next section. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. आपकी कैसे हैं?
हाँ एकदम ठीक है. आप कैसे हैं? आप अभी हैं कहाँ?
like a pair of shell toes. Never mad, just motivated. We going places, and life is a game, so it's stages. We only trading money, we not trading places. Benji Franklin's is my favorite, only face I'm ever saving. Working hard for that #1 spot. No, we could never be stopped. I work, stay over dedicate. I work, gotta be the great. I work, all it takes is pace. I work, I work, I work, I work.
One, two, three, four.
Let's work. How you get a whip so clean? I work. Why you get to buy nice things? I work. Why you don't live like me? I work, I work, I work, I work. Let's work.
Live on Facebook. All right, perfect, great. We can go ahead now. Perfect. All right. So without further ado, I want to welcome everyone back for the next section, which is going to be addressed by Professor Nathan Katz. And to introduce Professor Katz, we'll return to Professor Deepak Jain, who will introduce Professor Katz. So, Professor Deepak Jain, please.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good day to all the attendees. And I feel very emotional about this particular occasion. And I will tell you why. Very few people in life get an opportunity
to make sure that
to start something, to build something. And under the leadership of Samniji Charitra Pragyaji, this idea was brought that how we create a professorship on Jain studies to bring the deep knowledge embedded in Jain scriptures to the modern world. Lots of people, one a distinguished alum of FIU, Sapan Bafna. At that time, Shashi Jain was there. Of course, Neptune Sahab, Naflafagji, and many others had this idea that can we do something at FIU? And we thought, let's try to find out what it takes to bring a professorship in the Department of Philosophy and Religion. And we heard about a certain amount. And I tell you, with the generous support of lots of donors, I have never seen such a speedy execution of something that we wanted to do, and FIU gave us a home. But the home was the hardware. The software was given to us by a person whom we are going to hear today. And that person happens to be an emeritus distinguished professor called Nathan Katz. Bhagwan Mahavir brought a concept to the world that I think is the real contribution of Jain studies to the world, and that is the concept of anekant, or multiplicity of viewpoints. Today we have with us a person who is a true manifestation of what I call anekant. Professor Katz is the founder of the program in the study of spirituality, director of Jewish studies, Kaufman professor in the College of Business Administration, and affiliated faculty in the College of Medicine. How much diversity of intellectual experience you can have in one person, and all. I used to hear buy one, get one free, but here I see buy one, get multiple things free in one person. So we all are blessed to have with us a person who is not only a scholar, but helped us start this program on Jain studies at FIU. His commitment, his cooperation to Samni Chaitanya Pragyaji, who we just heard from her. And I remember he also gave me an opportunity to meet His Holiness Dalai Lama. And I remember that day when the first check to FIU was in the hand of His Holiness Dalai Lama. And I'd never thought, as a growing up in a small town India, that one day I would get a chance to be at the same forum with Dalai Lama, and that was only possible because of Nathan Katz. So Professor Katz, you may have done many things in life, but you have touched me personally, and not only me, I tell you, this is the chord you created. And today it has become a widespread concept of how we bring Jain studies and research to the world. FIU was the beginning. I don't know the exact number. Now today we have 12, 13 such professorships. And Mr. Jaswant Modi has this vision, which I think one day we all will work together. He wants to have 24 such professorships in the name of 24 Tirthankaras. all over the world. And I tell you, you started this chord. You are what I would call the symphony conductor. We are all the notes. We just want to make sure that the notes are connected and we don't create noise. You are the music behind it. You are the music to the ears. And please, all of us are very grateful to you. And we are here to listen to what you are going to say about applying Jain values to contemporary America. I would say not to America, but to contemporary world. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Dear Deepakji, thank you. Really, in my career, this was one of the highlights, no question, of being able to work with you all, to getting to know many of you.